Turn back the years of time. I will stand forever with you. Sabadura.
On behalf of Exotic Deep, Soulful Anthems, we'd like to thank you for your support. We promise you nothing but good music. Sit down, relax, and enjoy the
Just hear the words that I'm saying. There's no explaining the pain that I'm feeling. Just take a second, just listen. Won't you picture my vision? Won't you picture my vision? Just hear the words that I'm saying. There's no explaining the pain that I'm feeling. Just take a second, just listen. Won't you picture my vision? Won't you picture my vision? Is it all what? Is it all what we got? I can feel it in my soul. Is it all what we lost on the road? I never felt this way. Won't you take my hand once more? Even though you're not with me no more, I'll be with you one day for sure. I never felt this way. Won't you take my hand once more? Even though you're not with me no more, I'll be with you one day for sure. I never felt this way before. Won't you take my hand once more? Even though you're not with me no more, I'll be with you one day for sure. Yeah. Is it all what we got? I can feel it in my soul. Is it all what we lost on the road? angeke hlale kujeyina soze hlale nesaba angeke hlale kujeyina soze hlale nesaba
Hi. Hello. Oh no, I'm just yes, no. It's day 2.
when I overly pleasing fill it with all the love that you can. I praise only you 'cause you're God, and none can compare to you, Lord. 'Cause how we love you, we love you, how we love you, Lord. We love you, Lord. God is beautiful. God is beautiful. How we love you, yeah, yeah, yeah. How we love you, God is beautiful. God is beautiful. Amandla Pupilo Lirato Zohle Kiswakiwe and hope real love comes from you. The passion that I have so steady is what you call. How we love you, we love you, how we love you, Lord. We love you, Lord. God is beautiful. God is beautiful. How we love you, yeah, yeah, yeah. How we love you, God is beautiful.
wẹ̀ omi ló máa lò. If you want go wash, na water you go use. Tó o bá fẹ́ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ omi ló máa lò. If you want cook soup, na water you go use. Torí bá ń gbóná omi lẹ̀rọ rẹ o. If your head dey hot, na water go cool am. Tọ́mọ bá ń dàgbà omi ló máa lò. If your child dey grow, na water him go use. If water kill your child, na water you go use. Tómi bá pamọ́ ẹ̀ o, omi náà ló máa lò. Kò sóhun tó lè ṣe kó o má lómi o. Nothing without water. Kò sóhun tó lè ṣe kó o má lómi o. Omi yóò lọ ta o. Water, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. Omi yóò lọ ta o. Water, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. If you fight them unless you wonder. Water, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. I say water no get enemy. Water, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. If you fight them unless you wonder. Water, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. Omi yóò lọ ta o. Water, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. I dey talk of black man power. Water, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. I dey talk of black power. I say, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. I say water no get enemy. Water, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. If you fight them unless you won't die. Water, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. I say water no get enemy. Water, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. I say water no get enemy. Water, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. Omi yóò lọ ta o. Water, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. Omi yóò lọ ta o. Water, iná gẹ̀tẹ̀ nìyí. Ra-di-ra-di-ra-ra-di-ra-ra-ra.
You have to preserve this planet for future generations.
We have the opportunity to drive change.
The oceans have rights in the same ways that humans have rights.
Sustainability is the most pressing issue of our time. It will take everybody working together to change the picture. And because business is part of the problem, it has a big role to play in solving this puzzle. We believe this starts by businesses putting sustainability at their core, creating value for everyone, society, the planet, and business. We call this value-led sustainability. And we believe it's everybody's business. It's everybody's business because to make it succeed, we all need to work together across business, government, finance, industry, and society, and across sectors, borders, and nations. Using all of humanity's ingenuity and innovation to deliver a better working world. At EY, we have over 20 years' experience in sustainability and ESG. We can draw on our deep technical skills and knowledge of the breadth of business issues to help EY clients find new solutions. Ones that create value and accelerate their business and the planet toward the bigger picture, a more sustainable future.
Good morning, everyone. If I could have everyone take their chairs, that'd be really great. Once more, I encourage people to come sit at the front because I like the stage really nice and warm for everyone that's going to be showcasing today. So I'll just give us 2 minutes to shift into closer chairs because I feel the distance. COVID is done, guys. There's no more COVID. Come closer. It's okay. I like it. It's cozy. Come. Please, don't be shy at all. Now, I'm going to teach you guys a greeting. Yesterday, I did a one-man greeting. Today, I want to invite everyone into this greeting and get my notes right because I learned this all night. We are going to learn Swahili. Yes, right? So, I'm going to say Jambo, which is how are you? And everyone's going to say Si Jambo, but like really loud. Right? because we are really fine. So Sijambo is I am fine. So let's start from the top. Now that people are closer, let's do this. Okay, let me get my MC on. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yanga Kaya, and welcome to day 2 of Ocean Innovation Africa Summit, the bluest summit in the whole of the African continent. In this conference, we talk about solutions, actions, as well as results for the oceans, as well as accelerating the blue economy. So, customary to how we all know, we are going to pay homage to one of the biggest players within the blue economy, East Africa. And now I'm going to ask you, Jumbo! Oh, come on, guys. I did such a nice run up to that. Jumbo! There we go. And I would say Nzuri, which is fine. I'm fine as well, or no news. So, thank you so much, guys, for indulging me. I'm very, very, very thrilled for us to have a whale of a time. See what I did there? Today, as well as how we did it yesterday. Yesterday, we spoke about many things at length. If you missed out, you really missed out on a jam-packed show or summit with lots of solutions in our breakouts, as well as inspiring speakers all around. But today will be no different. Today, we'll go deeper into the deep blue economy and find solutions and plan together and work together and accelerate and catalyze and make sure that the blue economy succeeds as well as the innovation that comes with it. So, I really want to, as I said, talk to how beautiful this room is filled. Different people from different parts of the African continent as well as the rest of the world. Yesterday, we really spoke about the socio-economic factors that affect the blue economy. And tomorrow, what the nice thing is, the cultural aspect of it is going to come in, where someone else is going to discuss those factors that really affect the blue economy in terms of culture and society, because this room is a melting pot of cultures. I'm talking about what some people call small island states, but I think that they are big, large, ocean developing states, because the solutions are big that come out there. The people are big. The people think big. So it is not small developing island states, but large ocean developing states. So I'm talking about Comoros, Sao Tome, Mauritius, Madagascar, Maldives. If you're from any of those countries, please make some noise. Come on, like, you must represent. Okay, so let's do this again. I'm talking about Comoros, Sao Tome and Principe, Mauritius, Madagascar, Maldives. And obviously, like, this is all thanks to the support of the Indian Ocean Commission for really supporting to make sure that we all work together within the African continent to develop our island, our Indian Ocean island states. And then obviously paying homage to East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Senegal, Tunisia, Ghana, and South Africa, of course, and many other people from around the world who believe in the vision of succeeding together in the blue economy in the African continent. A round of applause for that. Great. Now, housekeeping. Yes, as you can see, I am a captain, and this is my ship, so my rules, right? No, I'm not a dictator. I'm very gracious. It's just an act. But I'll tell you more about how I am a captain and why I'm a captain, and specifically why I'm a pirate. Stay tuned. The boat is going to be rocked really hard. But housekeeping, if you must use a cell phone, please use it for the right reasons. Follow us online, post about it on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook, on LinkedIn. Make them jealous that they did not invest in themselves by not coming to this innovation conference, so that next year, this summit room is filled up to the brim that we have to literally go to Cape Town Stadium to have this, because that's the only way that the African continent is going to grow, if we all work together from different parts of the world. And obviously you can see over there, Ocean Innovation Africa on LinkedIn, Ocean Innovation 1 on Twitter, as well as Ocean Innovation on Instagram and Facebook. And then the bathrooms, as you enter into the reception or registration area, on your What is this, Captain? This is the left side, where people can go and relieve themselves. And all around, as you can see, there's workshop rooms around the venue so that you can later on join all the workshops and breakout sessions that will be happening. Now, as I said, in the last 2 days, or the 3 days coming forward, there's lots of exciting things. Plenaries, as well as exhibition stands from ocean startups and innovators, and then the workshops that we really, really think are very valuable. Some of the workshops that I attended yesterday proved to really talk about the action-based and outcomes-orientated way of this conference. And then obviously there's exhibition stands, as well as the ocean race that you can see in the waterfront precinct. There's amazing inspiration as well to see. And then the B2B matchmaking. And then in the end, we end off with a nice drink in the southern tip of Africa while overlooking the beautiful ocean in front of us. I wouldn't spend any other Wednesday any other way. And then in the end, if you are a premium pass, obviously I said this, you need to pay money for the value. You have a cocktail networking session tonight. So next year, if you don't have a premium pass, do best, my friend, and invest in yourself, because that networking session that also happened this morning, the breakfast networking session, really proves to be what Bill Gates has now come up with, those working dinners or working breakfasts, where people just sit around and talk about solutions in a calm way. And then over the weekend, we have study tours, and you can still book for the study tours. This is the B2B business matchmaking platform where you can register and find a business that you want to work with. So you put out your challenge, and then someone will make sure that you're matched with a business that can complement that challenge or help you solve that challenge. And then the study tours that have happened, on Monday there was Blue Food, on Friday there's outreach programs, and then on Saturday we're talking about circular economy. All these programs I know personally, and obviously there's mine over there, Captain Van Plastic, if you couldn't make the match, and you'll hear more about it. So please book now for the sessions. So now for cell phones, I said you can't use them unless it's for the greater good of this room, but that greater good also applies to our Slido, the platform that we'll be using. Don't worry, you don't need to download anything. You just go to slido.com or scan the QR code if your phone can reach, and use the case-sensitive keypad to enter into the room, where you can give comments on what's happening on the different rooms and panel discussions that will happen today. Now, I have spoken enough, and I will now nervously hand over to someone who is, I need to compose myself, because the person that I'm about to introduce, I am unworthy, to be honest. Today is really like the big guns, woman galore. So they say that it's a man's world, but actually, women run it. Believe it or not. The next person that will do our opening address is the Principal Secretary of the State Department for Shipping and Maritime in Kenya. She has over 30 years working in the maritime industry, and she's involved in setting up the launch of the Association of Maritime Sector in East and Southern Africa, WUMESA, where she served 2 terms as chairperson and now sits as a governing council. She's also served as the chair of the International Maritime Authority for 3 terms, and is also still involved in the World Maritime University in Sweden. Who am I talking about? I am talking about the wonderful, the gracious, Nancy Karikutu.
Jambo. I love captains. They've come a long way since Long John Silver. Well done, thank you. Distinguished excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a very good morning. At the outset, let me start by expressing my sincere thanks for having been invited by the organizers, sponsors, and host city, and to thank you all for convening this very important forum and for inviting me to speak. The Ocean Innovation Africa event is clearly the bluest and leading blue economy event on the continent. So this morning, may I start by saying that my association with IMO is because, for today, if I may say, it's because I am a candidate. So I don't know whether that counts for ambassador. But I've got aspirations to become the next SG, Secretary General. And I've just handed over office of Principal Secretary. I'm now Ambassador and Special Envoy for Blue Economy in Kenya. Thank you. So this morning, I want us to speak, or I've been asked to speak on my vision for the maritime sector in Africa and what role it can play in sustainable, equitable development of the African blue economy. As we are aware, Africa is the second largest continent, bounded by 4 oceans. And with a current population, which is represented here by each one of us, of 1.4 billion people. And this comprises 16% of the global population. So you can see we don't count for little. But it's also with geopolitical demographics of rapid population growth. We are told we have high fertility rates, low medium age, and increasing life expectancy, large households, but sadly, widespread poverty. These are the main features of Africa's demographics. So as we sit here, we dream for all those people and how we can improve their livelihoods. And the oceans, I'm glad that we are talking about them in this specific manner because they are massive resources for sustainable development, particularly the African oceans, because the maritime zones under Africa's jurisdiction cover some 13 million square kilometers and some 6.2 square kilometers of continental shelf. That's massive wealth right there for all the people that I've mentioned, lots of jobs, wealth creation, and improved livelihoods. We've been told that by 2030, the projected value could be over $405 billion. So this is not to be taken for granted, and the annual value of the African maritime industry could reach $1 trillion industry, and therefore these well-placed benefits have been described by the African Union as the new frontier for African renaissance, with the potential for improved livelihoods for our populations. Sadly, oceans everywhere, not least African oceans, are under assault from pollution, overfishing, public wastes, and warming because of climate change. And this calls for us to work together with the rest of the world to safeguard our marine resources and blue economy. Now, but before we do that, when we talk of wealth, what are we talking about? And I want to start by reminding ourselves about the shipping line Evergreen, whose ship, Ever Given, was stuck in the Suez Canal for in 2020. And I think for all of us, it demonstrated what the maritime industry means, particularly maritime transport. We know that without the maritime industry, our lives as we know them simply wouldn't exist, because the shipping industry is responsible for transporting and delivering more than 90% of world trade by volume. And this is roughly 11 billion tons annually. I wonder if that's the use you said we do for the phone? Sorry. And these unbelievable, almost unbelievable statistics are compounded by the fact that we are talking about only 56,000 ships running our lives and determining how we live them. Only about 56,000 merchant vessels. So it's hard to overestimate how much we rely on the stability and efficiency of this complex network of merchant ships and the ports that serve them, which brings me back to the example of the Ever Given. When she got stuck in the Suez Canal, she had over $60 billion worth of global trade. And this was held up, stuck until the ship was freed. And among the goods that were held up in that crisis was wood pulp. And guess what? This is used to manufacture toilet paper. Need I say more? Did we have a toilet paper shortage? Now, that serves to show us how much we rely on shipping and how it affects directly our everyday lives. Now, that's number one. The second issue we must note about the industry is that it's a major source of employment, both onshore and offshore, on the ships. And not just jobs, quality jobs, well-paying, that estimates show is at any given time 30% more than we earn on land. And according to statistics from IMO and ILO, we've got 1.8 million people who we call seafarers, like him, both officers and rating, that are employed on ships globally. And this doesn't include the 20+ million workers who support or interface with the maritime industry in some capacity, such as shore-based staff, port workers, shipbuilders, marine engineers. The list is endless. We are told that we've got more than 87 different works in the maritime sector. Now, the most important thing, and we need to consider for our time, is that the maritime industry is also very important for environmental protection. And it's playing a very important role in this regard. Comparatively with other industries, a low polluter, despite transporting 90% of global trade by volume, the industry is responsible for 1.7% of global greenhouse gas emissions. But it needs to do quite a lot to reduce this environmental impact. And IMO is working on this, having set the initial target for reducing these emissions from shipping by at least 50% by 2050 compared to 2008 levels. So we are on track to that. So how do we put Africa on a firm footing to reap from these massive resources? And most important, to keep the continent on a firm footing for recovery, growth, and resilience based on our needs and the assets that we have had. Now, let's look at the terrain we have for global trade. We are still stuck in the labyrinth of networks that were set for us long ago during the times of colonialism. And we've got 16 landlocked countries served by the corridors that were set even then, transport corridors, which represent a very well-established historical trade routes in the regions that were set to serve the economies then. But they also form a strong backbone for what we must do now, which is intra-regional, intercontinental, and domestic trade. We need to improve on that. We also need to work with those corridors to provide linkage between the regional centers of economic activities, the regional ports, which handle essentially all the exports, and also connect the continent in trade with the rest of the world. We don't have, or we have very little or no connections between those 16 corridors that I mentioned, even if there is a strong link and dependence between maritime transport, ports, and transport corridors themselves. And we learned from COVID pandemic that disruption in one corridor has a ripple effect on the others. And this affects trade and cargo movement on a very large scale, particularly for the hinterland countries that depend on that corridor for their imports and exports. So we must improve efficiency and capacity of our continental ports as a major policy goal. Then we also learned from COVID that we must be smart and green. We must take advantage of innovation so that we work even in the midst of crisis. That came out very clearly from COVID, because it will help us improve performance. Issues like artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, blockchain, they will help us work smarter and also improve our efficiency. That's something we must do. Most important, the seafarers like him. It brought the world to attention that there is work to be done. And because the COVID pandemic has caused a shift in labor supply demographics, we must now ourselves prepare our people to work in these spaces. And this is no mean opportunity. So are we placing ourselves to take advantage of that? Our young people, we are a continent, like I said, with a very young population, a mean average of 19 years. And these are all people who can take advantage of jobs. And therefore, we need to work very hard to take advantage. Now, the major issue, so we've talked about accelerating the push for digitalization, issues like the maritime single window, and also the job creation. Most important, climate change and climate adaptation and resilience. This is something that urgently needs to be done, the need for decarbonization, finding alternative fuels in order to reduce emissions. This is something we must do as Africa, but we must also be cognizant that it will come at a cost. So, what must we do? We've been told, or rather, one of our aspirations is to create one big economic bloc, the AFCFTA. And we know that this won't work unless the maritime sector plays its role to the brim, because it means that we will rely on other economies to realize the dreams of the AFCFTA. So Africa's participation in the shipping industry must improve, because if we have to rely on foreign-owned vessels in the implementation of this economic bloc, if we don't have African-built, owned, and crew vessels that can finally carry African-made products all over the continent and world over, we will be holding ourselves back. So this is an imperative, and therefore something that needs major investment, not me. So we must improve our maritime trade capacity alongside with infrastructure, because that's the only way we can take advantage of this big development. Is it saying I should go down? Maybe. Okay. Now, some of the things we must do, like I said, is digitalization of our reliance on paper. We must use the Internet of Things to improve our efficiency. Most important, we must take advantage of our strengths. And one of the ones that I must say is that Africa is the factory of the future, and we can achieve trade. We can achieve this with trade and investment. However, production costs on the continent are much higher compared to those of industries in other places like the Far East, because of prices for energy, electricity being very uncompetitive. How do we do this? So as we are looking for sustainable renewable energies, it will be easier to lower the cost of production. And this is advantageous because Africa has great advantages to play in this international arena. As even we look for green fuels to fire the shipping industry. Like I said, we have the world's highest population of talented young people, not just young people, but young people who are very talented and who are able to take advantage of technology. And in saying this, it's not lost on me that M-Pesa was created. The mobile money transfer, which has taken the world by storm, was created by a very young person from Kenya. And this is our other advantage because we have a very high number of green grass institutional infrastructure, which are some of the most competitive in the world arena. And I've mentioned the mobile money. And also the common shared will to make Africa the locomotive of global growth and development. And the time has never been better, like now, when the world is looking to transition to decarbonization, because in Africa, we have the highest renewable energy potential, which has remained unmatched, which is a huge opportunity to combine industrialization and decarbonized growth. 7 of the 10 sunniest countries in the world are in Africa. We also have, which is a tremendous asset for solar energy, tremendous, or rather home to 10% of global potential for hydropower, and the continent can therefore rely on these abundant renewable energy resources to industrialize. Finally, the other thing we have to address is non-tariff barriers between us, the states, country to country, and we therefore need to review our policies, fiscal and regulatory and institutional frameworks to be able to achieve that. So as I conclude, let me say that the AFCFTA presents very huge opportunities for Africa and her people, for Africa's growth, but it requires all of us working together to build capacity in terms of more ships, capacity building for the people in terms of the maritime workers, the infrastructure needed to create more efficiency in our ports, and most important, efficiency in our transport corridors. We can do it. Let's get to work. Thank you.
Let's get to work. That's it. So I think I really liked Nancy's address because it spoke to many things that were touched on yesterday. If you remember in my opening yesterday, I spoke about the huge cost of the vessel, obviously that got stuck. And she also then spoke about what some of the other speakers spoke about yesterday in terms of investment on youth, as well as the empowerment of women and girls. Pro tip, I think you all guys are pros, but if you're looking for investment, all these solutions that were presented yesterday, but women, and many leading sort of like business people that were here were women. That is the next wave of investment. As a person involved in sort of social movements as well as civil society, the call for gender mainstreaming is becoming wider and wider and wider. So by this time next year, I'm expecting every man or every person that identifies as a man to bring a woman counterpart to this conference next year. That's my challenge to you. Because that's the only way we're going to make change, by putting our money where our mouths are. We can't keep on making policies about it until we create action that will lead to equitable, sustainable growth for all our economies. And youth, girl, and women empowerment is definitely part of that. Now, other people that really know this stuff is this panel discussion that is going to come up here. And I said this when Nancy was going to do her address, that I'm unworthy. So that's the thing that I'm going to do when people just have their time is up. I'm just going to bang stuff. Don't worry, guys. We'll sort it out. Someone is on it. We'll make it stop. But for now, I think we should make some noise for these women that are going to come up into this panel discussion. And they're going to obviously talk about the implementation of really decarbonization, as Nancy was saying in her opening address. And so, yesterday, if you're not here, I invited us to do a special club, and today is no same. We are going to do that and go over this noise that's happening here. We're going to overpower it. That's the main reason why I wanted to do this, right? Does anyone still remember? Can someone lead us into this special clap that I taught us yesterday? If someone can just like stand, not you, Alexi, sorry. Someone else that was here yesterday? How did it go? Come on, guys. Oh, well, we're going to stand here for quite some time. Yes, there we go. Thanks, Casper. Fabulous, look at that. Okay, so shall we all do it together now? Let's go. 1, 2, 3. If you did it right, your hands should be tingling. Because that's the power that you have. It's all in our hands, in the typing, in the writing, in the speaking, and in the working with our hands. The power to create change. Now, without any further ado, please help me welcome, for the next segment, Efua, as well as Benedicta, Anne, and Brian. They will be talking about women in maritime and their role in decarbonizing the maritime sector.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Okay, thank you. Morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. I'm glad we have the early start while everyone's still feeling lively and everything. And thanks to my panel over here. Okay, so I think to get into this, it would be great if you could, and maybe we start with Anne and Benedicta. Let us know, how did you get into the maritime sector? I was reflecting on this yesterday and wondering if I'm a woman in the maritime sector, because I come from a banking background, and so I'm not 100% sure, and so I Googled what all is in the maritime sector, so it would be great to hear what your current role is and how did you get into it, yeah.
Sure, thanks, Sefa. Good morning, everyone. Benedicta, it's Mahlangu there, my maiden surname, but I'm Durkin now. So my story getting into maritime is by chance. Because my background is actually chemical engineering, but I ended up at sea via the oil and gas exploration industry. So I was then on drilling rigs and seismic vessels, which kind of transitioned me over to understanding both the engineering and the maritime side. And then I also work for Maersk Shipping. So I would say my maritime experience is in the core upstream oil and gas sector, which is morphing into looking a lot more on the greener side of things, the maritime sector from a cargo ship. And then in the last 8 years, I've been with the Saldanha Bay Industrial Development Zone, now known as Freeport Saldanha, as an executive there for the ease of doing business. And we focus on attracting investment and an ecosystem in Saldanha Bay area, and we designated in the Port of Saldanha, particularly looking to growing the maritime and energy sectors within that space. Okay. So I want to say that I ended up in maritime via, and now I find myself really deep in the ocean. So yeah, I've really come to enjoy it, and I agree with the different speakers from yesterday and even today, Nancy, about the importance of maritime trade, and I want to say the socio-economic imperative it has on the African continent. I'll stop there for now. Thanks.
All right. No, yeah, we'll go into more detail. Anne, would you like to
Hi. So it was a matter of joining the Navy when I left school, and I desperately wanted to be a school teacher. And my parents said, no, off you go, 2 years military service and rethink that. And during my term of service in the military, when we finished our training, I was told quite categorically that women won't go to sea in their lifetime. And I think we've changed that quite succinctly in those years. I went on to do 10 years military service, serving offshore. and then mustered across to the merchant fleet, where I started over again, and in fact working on VLCCs and oil tankers until I eventually qualified as a master at sea. So I have 20 years sea serving experience behind me. But the big drive was always to have the experience that I needed to be a back office staff to support operations and to support the people who go to sea and do a really phenomenal job across all sectors. And that was always my drive. Sorry. There we go. Sorry, we'll change that over. Sorry, I've got a bit of a cold, so a bit cranky. And the opportunities just came fairly fast and furiously. I have some old colleagues in this room with Fugro, a company that gave me an opportunity to come ashore and to continue building and to continue driving what was already a fairly good progress of gender diversity in the maritime industry. And it was a simple system of slow growth, slow development, until I moved on, went on to work with a vessel management company operating 6 ships, working as the operations manager. And I'm extremely privileged to be part of an international group now which has founded itself in South Africa. I've been working with them for the last 7 years, and we're now called ABL Energy and Marine Consulting. And we are driving change on the global sector with the energy transition, finding a balance both between oil and gas sector while we drive into the renewable space, which is now almost 45% of our business model. But we are committed to, in fact, driving and supporting people like Benedicta and her team and putting solutions on the table that are proven and work and that are actually developing Africa as a whole.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for being with us today. Okay, and then in case you guys didn't, we realized that Brian is not a woman, but thank you very much for joining us, and it's, I guess, great to have a diverse conversation around this. So maybe you can tell us a bit about your background, how you got into the maritime sector, and I guess to add a little spin onto it, your, I guess, high-level observations around gender equity in the space as a journalist.
Good morning. My name is Brian. And I'm a maritime journalist. I write for a shipping and maritime magazine called the Maritime Executive. I'm passionate about gender issues because I'm happy we're having this discussion here. There's, I think, a Xhosa proverb that says, if you strike a woman, you strike a rock. And it shows the courage and strength of women. And personally, I'm based in Kenya. And I'm a voice in the international media space about what happens in Africa. And as the ambassador said, I think women in Africa has a big gap to cover so that they can be able to take their position in the maritime. So how I got into maritime was, I have a background in environmental science, and I studied a lot on marine ecology. Then I wanted to find a way on how I can be able to communicate that, so I started in science communications, then went on to start blogging about what's happening in the African blue economy. And I've written a lot about women and gender balance within the maritime space. I've covered greatly what is called the IMO gender program. And I think it's about 3 things. It's about recognition of women, training, and visibility, and that's what we try to project out there through our blogs. And I'm also happy to see that there is a wave that is coming up to ensure that women are represented. And as you can see now, you can see there is some statistics showing up that women are taking positions. I'm happy to know that there are a few associations. One could be WOMESA, Women in Africa, Association of Women in Eastern and Southern Africa. And I think this is going to be an agency, not just for gender balance issues, but also as an avenue or a vehicle that can be used to advocate for training in terms of decarbonization. Because we are talking about technology, but who is going to use that technology? Is it not going to be people? So we have to ensure that the people who will be using that kind of technology are able to use it. So yeah, I think women have a good agency now that they have associations, and even we have the United Nations Women, UN Women. So all these are going to be avenues and agencies that can be used to streamline not just gender balance, but also on training and capacity building as we get to the energy transition. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Brian. So I think something that I often wonder about, I guess, when we have these conversations that, I guess, try and look to intersect something like a climate change with gender equity, is the question of, is there a specific role that you see women playing, as opposed to just like something that we all need to do and we all need to get into this together? So I'd be curious to hear your views on the specific role that you see women playing in the maritime sector, and more specifically around decarbonization of it. Benedicta, can you share some?
Sure, I can start. I guess a good place to start is, I mean, Ellen and I can speak to this because we come from the field. So, you know, I come from where I was at sea in 2005, and there would be 3 females to a crew of maybe 100 men, and then over time it grows. So I think it's just showing up and being there, being excellent, and having the opportunities. So that's the first thing to be said, is that opening the door. I really liked Yanga saying, every male, then they come next year to the conference, bring another female. So the roles, there are many roles, and they can be equal, they can be the same. We can, because also the job description doesn't say this particular, you know, a mariner or a master can only be male or female. So both roles can be held in the same light. What becomes different is how the exposure is made to both male and female, and the opportunities that are presented before them. So if I want to just speak from, besides personal experience, just what we're seeing with the work that we're doing in Freeport Saldanha in our innovation campus, is that there needs to be a real intention and a consciousness that in the programs you're running, in policy being written, in spaces that are speaking around decarbonization, for example. So, I mean, we involve quite a lot now with green hydrogen, green fuels, and so forth, that there is space created for the female voice in those areas. And then that's where you start to see, and the women will tell you as well, that this is where we are, this is what I've been doing, this is what we're capable to bring into the I want to say the playing field, and it will differ. So I think it's not sometimes you carving out a little space for women, because I think the danger with that is like almost like with SMEs, where they will be seen always as picking up the value chain crumbs, and because you box them. So if you also box the women, your lens always will be coming forward to saying, okay, we've reserved these 2-3 roles or these 2-3 avenues for them. No, bring them to the same table, let them have equal footing and discussion and viewpoints laid, and then they will tell you that I think my business will benefit with that, or I think I can contribute to that.
Fantastic. And I think you mentioned before that you were the first woman to go out on a ship post your Navy service. So maybe if you can speak a little bit about what that was like, being the first woman, I guess, to Benedicta's point, where the ratios were probably like crazy out of your favor, and where you see the specific role that, or what is it that you think that women can add to the sector?
Yes, I think one of the most important discussions to have, and I think looking back at 30 years, my perceptions are very different to where I was in the moment when I was doing the job. I was very privileged to work with some really phenomenal men who were open to the option of inclusivity and diversity. I've worked with many who aren't, but who are prepared to actually have the tough discussion. And I think one of the biggest roles and important things we bring to the table are many ladies who are in the system who have a capacity for a voice, and to have those discussions and to put those elephants in the room at play and say, let's have this discussion. And I think one of the things that I took away is that, you know, when you've been around and you've been bolshy enough, long enough, you don't have difficulty walking down and putting a cup of coffee on a table and saying, we need to have a discussion because this isn't working, or we have a difficulty here. And I think the biggest issue is, if you want to drive diversity, if you want to drive any principle, you need buy-in. And very many people think that diversity means the exclusion of men, which it doesn't. It's about inclusivity. It's about putting all the best thinkers, and all the thinkers, in fact, not necessarily the best, front and center, and to have a voice and to be part of a solution, because everybody brings their own strengths to the table. And I think what I did find, and what was difficult on occasions, was that I was seen as an imposter, It was seen, I've been told blatantly, that because women like me have jobs at sea, we take away meals from men and their families. I've had some real brutal conversations. But by and large, I have to be fair, is that it's a male-dominated industry where I haven't been poorly received. But that is my experience, and I've worked in a very different environment to that of many of my female colleagues who have come after me, and have had a very different sort of scenario to deal with. So I think the biggest issue is, at the moment where we are, get the buy-in of what diversity is, make clear what diversity is. It isn't an all or nothing. It's about a socioeconomic development to put all the best minds and options at the table to come to a workable solution that actually impacts all of us. And I have seen that because I've been part of a transition, which I'm very fortunate for. I wasn't jumped in the deep end and told, make something work. So from that perspective, I'm very fortunate.
Okay. So I think what I hear coming through is there's no specific, like, this is what women should come here to do. It's more, let's open the space up, have more people come with their whole selves and offer what they have to bring to the table, to the overall journey that we're on.
And also to encourage different thinking. You know, I think the one thing the military taught us when we do our combat qualifying is if everybody's thinking and agreeing to the same thing, not everybody's thinking, because that's not going to happen. People have their own ideas, they have their own thoughts, they bring their own dynamic to the table. And I think that's the most important. When you're inviting a woman to the table in a predominantly male environment, what you're saying is, we're thinking outside the box. We're taking what has become very much the norm and what has become very institutionalized, and we're going to open that discussion and we're going to shake things up. And I think especially having come through COVID, having come through all the challenges we have, if we haven't now realized we need to think out of the box, we need inclusivity and we need participation, then I think we missed the lesson completely, to be quite honest.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Before I come to you, Brian, I would like to know from the ladies, so what are some of the opportunities that you see in the space for entrepreneurs to, okay, let me not even just focus on entrepreneurs, I'd say for women, because I guess while there is the idea that, you know, you just open the space up and hope that people would come, I have to be honest myself that I can't say that if somebody had asked me 10, 15 years ago if I would have found myself in this space, it's not something that, you know, being in the ocean wasn't something that was in my family. It was, you know, going to the beach for me is like lying on a towel and enjoying the sun. And so what opportunities are there, and how do we start to get the message out that women start to see themselves as or see this as an industry that they could find themselves in, and it doesn't seem as foreign, or, you know, they don't have this image of just men like hustled up on a boat doing like very manly things. Yeah. Portia?
I can start with, so I think I want to say maybe South Africa, I'll speak from a South African context, just being South African, and also being in a state-owned entity, so we get a lot involved in policy. For example, the National Department of Transport brought out a comprehensive maritime transport policy in 2017. And they did many workshops and round-robining, and I know there was a group of women who particularly, I think they picked out the policy and said there was mentioned 3 times of female anything, and you need to have more. So that becomes the first space, I think. Go into policy, now we're going into, so now there's a lot of work around green hydrogen and its derivatives and the green fuels, and if we're getting to decarbonization. There is policy at the moment that's being written, roadmaps, strategy documents, commercialization plans from the National Department. So I would say, whether individually or in organized platforms, women also could organize themselves to have their voices heard in there, so that they start to carve the space out for themselves, or at least make sure that there is that opportunity to open that door. You've got Vista, which is also women around shipping. You do have a number of bodies that can go as a unified voice of females and say, this is what we see. Transit's cadet program has immensely morphed over the years in terms of taking on female cadets. Recently, I saw Maersk is going to be taking on seafarers. I know a lady who's running an NGO where she's pushing for female seafarers because she herself is an ex-seafarer. So you also need the champions to come in there. and then they will start to shape from policy perspective, because by the time things are rolling down into implementation, there at least is structures that are being created and a place for them to come forward and say we also offer our services, but it also just allows for where it's a little bit more difficult to enter the particular market because of historical matters. And South Africa always has 3 layers of history. So you've got the race, so you always first are looking after black people who were not previously economically involved. Then you're moving on to, because of a high unemployment rate, you're moving on to small businesses that government is generally pushing to get into the spaces. And then you're getting to female. So already women in a South African policy context are kind of going through these 3 bands. So I suppose the best person you want to have represented in a forum is a small business owner who's black and female. Then you've got the view. But I mean, jokes aside, it is just that there's also a couple of other competing priorities, political or otherwise, policy intent from the departments, and that needs to translate for the females, and they need to put their voice in. Maybe on a more practical, what's available. So at Freeport Saldanha, because we're an industrial development zone, the very nature of our work is to attract investment and manufacturing activities, logistical activities. So we also are aware of in the value chain, say for example, with the renewable projects or green hydrogen or green shipping, we've been able to say, okay, do you have people who can be involved in the manufacturing of wind blade components, nacelles, or any electrical involvement or mechanical works? Do you have people who can provide consulting services? There are, females who could come in onto the feasibility studies and so forth. So there are areas. I think it's more of sometimes you may want to intentionally ring fence that. When you are going out on tender or when you are going out looking, you are intentionally looking for female-owned businesses. If you're seeing that you're getting a lot more of the males in there, so you can also as an organization choose to have that kind of policy. Sometimes we do that. Sometimes we'll say if you're running a webinar, especially during COVID, there's a lot of webinars. Myself and another colleague of mine, we have our antennas up in terms of that panel looks very male, fine females. And so there's a lot of that advocacy that goes with eventually landing an opportunity for a female, and that can happen in individual spaces, in organizations, or as groupings. But either way, there's a lot to be said about the voice being put on the table, having the difficult conversations, and having people bold enough to step forward and say, why does your conference have 90% males? And I'll give one more example. Sorry, I attended actually a conference at the end of March, and there was a panel, a similar kind of women. It was a Maritime Week Africa conference, and there was a panel sort of females in the maritime industry. And one of the panelists, very boldly, she's a chairperson of also a female-owned organization, challenged the conference organizers, who were actually English, from a British organization, and said to them, next year, can you sponsor 10 females, SMMEs, to come to your conference, because they couldn't afford to pay the dollar quoted price of the conference tickets. And I think the conference organizers actually had no choice but to agree. So I thought, wow, what a bold move this lady made. But that's the advocacy you're talking about. She said, I've learned so much. I even learned so much at that conference. And there are people who would benefit from learning from it to know how they move themselves forward in the sector.
Fantastic. I love those practical suggestions. Anne, if you can maybe speak to, I think we were chatting a little bit earlier, and you were speaking about, I guess, looking at the wider sort of ecosystem of women, right? And so I guess often we focus a lot on women in STEM, people that would be able to go to university, move to the higher echelons, but then we were talking further downstream, and how do we include women across the board in the decarbonization process. So do you have any thoughts on practical steps or some of the challenges that we might face in terms of including and leaving no woman behind? Yeah.
So I think one of the challenges, and it speaks to your question and to what Benedicta was saying, is we've lost a lot of women to industry over the years, either through departing because of instances like starting families or studying further, where they haven't had a re-entry level back into industry. Or have started at a certain level. We see this particularly with seafarers, ladies going to sea who after a couple of years say a priority has moved to a family focus, they don't want to stay at sea anymore, and there haven't been other avenues for them to pursue. It's been a very polarized, very focused direction. And I think one of the issues which forums like Worcester give us engagements with Benedicta and her team, and just by networking, is drawing a lot of women back into industry who may no longer be in their mainstream alignment, but certainly have a value add and a mentorship capacity to come back in or go into alternative workspaces in a broader industry, which is in fact now opened up. So that is one of the elements, is actually finding a lot of people who had a great deal of investment, both from themselves to themselves and by industry, to find those women and bring them back in and encourage them and help them be part of a growing process. Not only from the experience they've gained from the time they had in industry, but subsequent experience of moving outside of industry and growing and developing. You know, they've been lost to a degree, let's bring them back. The next element also which we focused on, and we as a company have driven on, is that we do focus on women on engineering. We focus at education. We focus on young women coming into the engineering spaces, both whether it be new technologies, whether it be existing in terms of offshore personnel, whatever the case may be. But there are a lot of women who don't necessarily come in at those levels of a profession, and we seem to be falling behind there. So, for example, I know some of our yards have done some exceptional work with training women as artisans. And it's not that one job is more valuable, it's just simply a different aptitude and skill and work set that has come to a table. So certainly what we need to start targeting is, we've placed so much emphasis on women at a corporate front, at women who are driving the change, driving the processes. What we possibly need to do is take a little bit more slant on the women who are there to grow into a system, who may not be the forerunners, who may not be the trailblazers, but are certainly there to carry that flame and to continue working and to become extremely good role models to women across all levels of entry, and not just to young women, but to young men as well, to realize that they are moving into sectors with their sisters, with their spouses, etc., who are also not necessarily going to be giants in industry, but are giants in their own rights in the fact that they contribute to a growing industry. So we need to shift that focus a bit. And certainly something which we are doing as a company is, where do we get engaged with those forerunners to help a lot of developments in rural areas, a lot of highly marginalized women who live in third world industry or third world countries, third world environments, where they stand to develop and to grow from a lot of the developments and technological advancements as a user interface on a day-to-day. And how do we capture that, and how do we bring their need to the fore? How do we communicate that? How do we highlight it as giants in industry? And how do we then have that skills transfer and technology transfer in industries to be able to enable them on a survivability scale more than anything, which is a very brutal way to put it, but it's very much a reality of a third world environment.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Brian?
Yes.
Okay, so when we spoke earlier, you mentioned that there were a number of programs that you'd seen on the ground where organizations were specifically looking to try and draw women into these spaces. Can you speak a little bit more about one or two of those?
Yeah, and I think right now when you're talking about gender balance, the basket is widening. When you're talking about decarbonization, we are talking about new opportunities. Like, for example, where I work, maritime journalist. Those are new opportunities that women can also take up. There's the logistics technology. Most companies, we are talking about digitization of maritime and the logistics industry. So there are also opportunities coming in there. You don't necessarily have to be, go to the sea. There are so many opportunities for women or even men who can want to join without necessarily having to go to the sea. But most importantly, and the role that I play as a journalist is, for many years, maritime has not been mainstream. Not so many, you'd find most people who work in the maritime industry, maybe some of their family members used to be in the maritime industry. And you find that most people live a terrestrial life. They don't have access to the oceans, and even the ports themselves. There's so much security, so they are bounded by these tall walls, and no one gets access to that. So my ambition of becoming a journalist, and especially a maritime journalist, is to be able to make maritime mainstream. I'm happy that some newspapers like Guardian already have a specialized blog where people can talk about maritime, and that's what we need. We need, a lady or a child who is in a rural village, they will not likely choose maritime because maybe they don't know about it, they don't know what's involved in there. So we need to sort of liberalize maritime knowledge to the point that people who live exclusively terrestrial life, they can be able to have access to maritime information. And the basket is becoming big. There are so many opportunities. Right now, even the people who work in the maritime industry, they're having to retrain themselves because we are talking about building new ships that will be compliant, energy compliant. That means even the naval architects have to be, sort of retrained. So the decarbonization story has to start, right from the primary education, and that means we have to, sort of end, I think they call it sea blindness. There's a lot of sea blindness. Even myself, there are still some terms in maritime that I don't know what they mean because I didn't have a background in maritime. But through that process of interacting with people in the maritime, then you're able to know what it means. Yeah.
Okay, no, thanks for that. And I resonate a lot with that because I guess moving into working with Ocean Hub Africa, also getting sent to these conferences, and I wasn't quite sure what I was going to do there. But over time, it does start to become a bit more familiar. Okay, so we're about to run out of time. So what I would like to do is, if you could leave the audience with one nugget that you want them to take away from this conversation, that you want them to remember and go in action on, what would it be? Benedicta, you can start.
I guess, mine is we walk hand in hand together. So don't box the women more than saying, let's all move forward in the opportunities. Let's hear the different perspectives and the different voices. Allow the different perspectives to come into the fore, and you're going to have a wonderfully thriving maritime economy because of the diversity that you'll find in the different voices and the different expertise and the different experiences. So it's not in the absence of men or only putting, a curtain or something around women. It is just saying that let's all come together to finding these solutions and growing the sector.
Thank you. Anne?
I think mine certainly mirror what Benedicta has to say, and also be comfortable to have the difficult discussion in the room. Until we actually open these discussions, until we're willing to discuss what diversity actually means, and that we're actually in this together. The argument is that we're all in the same storm, we're just in our own boats. It's a very important one. And have those difficult discussions and be a voice for people who are going to come after us, because this is the legacy we leave. And if that hasn't come to the fore in the last few years, then we're definitely missing the story completely. But have those difficult discussions. They tend to go a lot better than you think.
Thank you.
Mine is, it's going back to where it started. I'm happy. A few weeks ago, Musk said they're going to be recruiting more of African seafarers, and I think Africa is the next center of, it's going to be the next frontier of maritime. Our demography works for advantage. So the more people get into maritime, I think we're going to see a lot of interest coming from, those shipping lines and all other people in the maritime side, looking to Africa so that we can help them with our talent, with our products. And I think in the circle of life, it circles back to where it started. And so, let's be aligned with that. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Brian. Can we give our panelists a round of applause? Thank you all very much. All right, thank you.
One more time, please. Come on, don't be shy. Round of applause. The people are rising faster than sea levels. Women are rising faster than sea levels. And I absolutely love to see it. Thank you so much, Ifua, for holding that conversation and creating the space for us to talk about this economic growth and equitable growth that we need within the sector. Now, if you were here yesterday, you ever heard this lovely Japanese word called pechakucha. And for all the marine scientists in the room, it is not a type of deep sea fish. And it is not a sushi, but it is a Japanese way of telling stories. What will happen next is all the speakers that will come up here will tell a story in 20 images, spending 20 seconds per slide to talk about the story or the picture that will be up here. And so I shall lead the way for this section. Right. Nope. If I could have the slide with the vehicle, with the orange car, please. Yes. Yes. No, what? This is what I love. It always happens to me. When I MC, someone has to always like, I can't find this. What are you talking about? Can someone please help the technical guys find the presentation for the Pecha Kucha written in Yangateya with a car behind it? There we go. Okay, let's get the timer as well. Then it'll be fair for me to tell the story. So this is where I grew up. My story is about using storytelling to protect natural heritage. And this is my natural heritage. Here you'll see a Xhosa woman wearing the big head wrap that I had on yesterday, telling the environmental and the ocean story. This is where my dad grew up, and I spent most of those times looking after livestock and hearing stories from people like this who look like my grandmother. And then this curiosity fueled young me to really look further into why people communicate the way they communicate and why they do the things they do. I wanted and I was intrigued by storytelling and communicating. So I moved with that at the back of my mind, observing and trying to learn everything. That developed my love for moving from media to now storytelling for the oceans, as you saw yesterday, the reincarnation of the head wrap from my natural heritage in the Eastern Cape in the Xhosa tribe of people. If you were here yesterday, really, I sort of saw my grandmother seeing me telling the stories that they told to safeguard the community. Then I saw a problem, a persistent plastic problem that was everywhere. When I grew up, this image was something that we used to see. Cattle and livestock affected by waste and plastic everywhere. I wanted to change this. And that's when I shifted to community cleanups and civil action. But something was missing. The community was not there in numbers. Why? So we had to find out. We went into the community to find out the answer. And the first place we started was a community in Cape Town called Khayelitsha, where we gathered the next generation of storytellers about the environment and asked them, how could they get involved? How do we create this? Together, we co-created a beautiful story about how we can preserve our natural and environmental communities. Through scrapbooking and cutting and pasting, we created a beautiful avatar that today is a school program. And in that school program, Captain Van Plastic, the pirate that goes land and sea raiding all kinds of plastic, now lives. It turned into a story that turned into many stories across many communities. As you can see, Captain Van Plastic, with his best friend Finn the turtle by his side, roam around all schools and all countries. The next thing was growing this program. We then enrolled in the Ocean Hub Africa Accelerator Program to help us grow and scale. That's when we developed the school program where storytelling was the center of it. Again, my love for storytelling stood out. I was able to help children have a greater connection with their environment through reading aloud for them. Then on, we developed in the school program, these children learn about the impact and the value of plastic in our society, as well as obviously all the SDGs linked to this topic, because we can't talk about economic growth without plastic conversation. And then the second part is the creating, where we show the children how to apply innovation in thinking about using waste as something that's valuable, and what we call the no trash but treasure mindset. These grade 4s to grade 6 children use plastic and cardboard to create Finn the turtle that they see from the story, as well as the eye patch that you saw me have on. And then we go for a cleanup. But this is not a cleanup, it's a treasure hunt. And you have never seen a beach clean in 45 minutes like the ones that we go to. No matter where we take the children, they're always all hands on deck and want to help. In the end, we reward the children with either a book sponsored by a client, or nowadays, we really give the children recycling. In all the schools that we go to, we show the connection between us, humans, and the ocean, with a message that #the ocean starts here. From there on, we replicated, scaled, replicated. Children all around South Africa were all becoming little pirates for the environment, hunting for plastic unnecessarily, and creating and thinking about how to create the connections with our environment and us. We called more people. Zolani Mahola, who we know as the lead singer for Freshly Ground, did our song in 2021, where you can find it on all streaming platforms, and it talks about how really this captain that we've created helps create a better, safe environment and protect it. And then we called more pirates on board. We created a replication strategy by licensing this program to South African NGOs so that using the train-the-trainer model, more people can have the intellectual property that we have through a fee. From there on, it was scaling up more. We are now in the African continent, in 8 Indian Ocean island states in Africa, where the book is in Portuguese, French, as well as even Malagasy. Can you believe it? I am so thrilled to be part of this journey. And we are still calling on more people to tell this story. Our next story will have Zandi, the Black Mermaid, where we are publishing the book in the next month or so. This picture is Madagascar, where all these activities with the Indian Ocean Commission are possible. And we've also gotten officially endorsed by the Ocean's Decade Task Team. Now, my question to you is, why pirates called pirates? It's because they are, and they know how to reduce, refuse, repurpose, as well as recycle plastic. But my thing is, can you wear the captain hat and help us tell the story further? Thank you. Thank you. And that's a pecha kucha. It's not a type of sushi, and yes, I'm very much intrigued by how storytelling, something that is ingrained in all of us, a tool as old as time, can help propel change and create conservation much further. So, in 7 minutes, all our speakers are going to do the same thing, try to catch the slides and tell the story. Without any further ado, let's welcome our next pecha kuchist. Oh yes, I like that, pecha kuchist. Please put your hands together for Hugo's from Over the Swell, and he will be speaking about knowledge sharing for science and conversation in Sao Tome and Principe. Put your hands together, please. Break a leg.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me? Good. Very good morning to you. So yes, we're going to be talking about Sao Tome. We're not going to be talking about this guy here, but about this massive big guy here, this superb whale shark that swims in Sao Tome. So my objective today is really to take you through 3 projects that are going on at the moment to preserve it. Since 1929, the government and private NGOs are working on the first 2 MPAs of Sao Tome, one in the north and one in the south. So it's like a run-up. The very first MPAs in the north, it consists of 2 zones, one red one, which is completely prohibited, and the blue one, which is under license for fishing. It's a very small one, 20 square kilometer, but it's already a big achievement for the island. The second MPA is in the south. It's 3 times bigger. It consists of 1 big blue zone and 2 red zones. The very interesting fact here is that the entire mangrove is entirely protected, which is a very big first for São Tomé. Since 1929, 4 big general assemblies were necessary to come to an agreement between the local government, local NGOs, and above all the fishing communities. Now the 2 MPAs are passed into law, and the decree should, I think, come up very, very soon. The biggest hurdle for the creation of the MPAs were a few fishing communities that were not on board at all. It was very hard to have them on board. Now they are, because they are just witnessing the decrease of fish stocks in the island. And that is the first project. The second project came up in 18 months, very fast. And it's an artificial reef that was put up by Marapa, the local NGO. For 10 years, they documented the disappearing of the habitat, fish habitat and stock, and fish stock. So in 18 months, they built 200 concrete blocks, such as this one, 2 tons each, and they dropped them in the north of the island that was well overfished. Basically, there was no fish left at all. So for about 12 months, they documented by filming underwater with just a GoPro the disappearance of habitats, demolition of habitat because of overfishing, and just 0 stock of fish. Within 2 months of having deployed all these big concrete blocks, the fish have started to come back. And this corvina, which is a very local fish, is now back in the reef. So very fast, very big success. That is encouraging everyone to have another reef. But the big problem in São Tomé is how to put a surveillance team to make sure that it's not overfished. And the third project is what we call Mission William, and it's about this whale shark that is also disappearing very, very fast from the Gulf of Guinea because of overfishing and marine traffic. We are trying to implement a scientific mission because we have 0 information on whale sharks in the Gulf of Guinea, apart from 1 shark that was tagged in 2019. But apart from that, we know nothing. And our objective by 2030 is to create a safe corridor between the Gulf of Guinea and St. Helena, where there is a huge aggregate of fish, of whale sharks, and we believe they swim in between these islands. We want to work with international institutions, local government, local companies, and of course NGOs. It's a big project, but we need to dream. So in December 2022, we presented the project to the newly elected government in São Tomé. They accepted it. They're very, very happy about it. And we got all the accreditations that we needed to start implementing our scientific mission. So together with Marapa and Over the Swell, we designed a very clear scientific protocol in which we included every single fisher of the island because they have the information. That's not me. So our objective is to tag 20 whale sharks within the next 3 years and to identify 50 whale sharks. So as per next month, every fisher will report, that's not it, will report their whale shark observations through photographs they will have to take and scientific data. So basically, the fishing communities are becoming our oceanic surveillance team. We have also recruited 4 biologist marine students from the University of São Tomé, and we are training them to dive and to take photos of those fishes underwater so that we can start building our scientific database, or the first scientific database in São Tomé. So very soon we will be able to compare our database to the one they have in St. Helena and start proving that those whale sharks swim between both islands. This is the first step of this mission. The second step is to try to prove that those fishes swim between Mexico, St. Helena and Sao Tome in a triangle fashion. So we will use DNA testing and tagging testing. So we'll be tagging them probably in the next, I would say, 8 or 9 months once we have our database. The scientific mission, it goes much beyond. It's an educational mission. So we also have set up a network of primary and secondary schools between Sao Tome and Principe, St. Helena, and even France. And we have all these students, about 2,000, working together as we speak on their own program they want to design to preserve their ocean and to preserve their whale sharks. So I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hugos. Guys, you don't understand the difficulty of trying to catch those slides as they go over, because 20 seconds goes like this, and you're like, I'm still on my next sentence, what's happening? So thank you so much for being brave and telling us your story. I truly, truly love it, and I hope that some people in this room will help support all the projects that you're working on. Next, another person doing great things within the ocean space, and of course, it's a woman. Very excited to see that women are in the forefront of this change. Now, please put your hands together for the chair of Mihari and the founder and CEO of Biolobe, and she will be speaking about the amazing work she does with small-scale fisheries in Madagascar. Please put your hands together for Fatasu.
Can you hear? Morning, everyone. Can you hear me? So now let's go to the biggest island in the Indian Ocean. I'm not going to talk about the movie Madagascar or King Julian. I'm going to talk about the future of the ocean, and the future is small-scale fisheries. In Madagascar, as you know, Madagascar is an amazing country, as you can see in the photo, and 500,000 of the population in Madagascar rely on small-scale fisheries. Unfortunately, small-scale fisheries communities in Madagascar are among the poorest and the most vulnerable population in the world. So this is the reason why, when I was a kid, my dream was to become a lawyer, to get a law degree so I can defend the rights of the marginalized people, because myself, I come from a very, very poor family. So this dream came true because since 7 years now, I've been leading one of the biggest networks in the Indian Ocean, which is called Mihari. Mihari is a network that covers our small-scale fisheries in Madagascar, and we now have about 219 locally managed marine areas in Madagascar, covering 17% of the country. We advocate for the rights of those communities, we build their capacity, and we allow peer-to-peer learning between those communities. And I'm proud to say that Mihari is one of the best models in LMMA networking in the Indian Ocean, and where we have lots of countries in the Pacific, in Africa, who are interested to replicate the model. And the good news is in 2019, based on all of our achievements, we received an international award, which is the Whitley Award. And the prize was given to LMMA communities in Madagascar. We have lots of best practices like Mihari in Africa, in South America, in Asia. But the question is like, why is the resources still declining when we have those best practices? As you can see here, it is a protected area in Madagascar, and we still have some infractions, and most of them are made by local communities, those communities that we have empowered. The answer is based on the consultation that we've been doing. They're not motivated because they feel that they're not protected. The funding is too much top-down approach. It is not a bottom-up approach where the communities own the project and where the communities is able to design the project. They do not feel consulted in the project. And what the communities interested too when we talk about funding is access to human needs, like access to education, access to health, access to information, access to food security. But we are focusing too much on marine conservation, which means that the community doesn't have a vision for the future. They have to rely on funders, they have to rely on NGOs, which means that those communities that we are empowering are becoming our enemies, our threats later. So today I'm really happy to present this movement I've been launching recently, which is called Beulbe, and the objective is to combine marine conservation and the local development of local communities. Beulbe means lots of people that cannot be marginalized. And the objective of Beulbe is first to advocate for the human needs of those communities. So it is focusing on marine conservation, but focusing on their needs, and create a national platform where we will cover terrestrial and coastal communities. Because you're focusing too much on small-scale fisheries, but those terrestrial communities, they have impact on our ocean too. The third objective is to create Madagascar's first community conservation trust fund, where we will mobilize private sectors, donors, and funders to put money, and where we can give seed funding and re-granting to communities. And the last objective is to provide mentoring and coaching to all stakeholders, especially private sectors that are interested to work with local communities. So in terms of the activities that we are undertaking, there is a blue entrepreneurship. The dream of local communities, I think, around the world is to have their product certified. So why don't we create like a LMMA labeling to certify the product of those communities? We are also working on fisherwomen empowerment. So we have been working with the Mihari Network on empowering women in business markets and also raising the voices of those women. And we are working also on local blue carbon project where there is transparency and also where we really involved communities in the management of the project. And I really like this photo because the idea here is you see a very poor small-scale fisher with his shirt. As you can see, you can see the poverty. But the idea here is really, instead of fishing, he's going to get some funding, some seed funding from all of us, from the donors, from private sectors, from NGOs, so he can design his activities. Another activity that we are doing is also to produce ocean stories about ocean defenders, so we can protect those local heroes. We can talk about what they are doing. We can talk about the struggles that they are having. So we are working with Madagascar's Film and Photography for that. Another activity is to organize regional exchanges in Africa, especially in the Western Indian Ocean. So we are planning lots of capacity building, lots of business markets, lots of entrepreneurship activities for youth, for women, and for small-scale fishers in general. And lastly, there is that platform, that online platform for the region. We will start in Madagascar, and the idea is really to support funders to get information about all the small-scale fisheries projects in the country and outside Madagascar, and to guide them on the proper funding that they can support the communities. So I will end my presentation with this quote. The future of the ocean is within small-scale fishers. We need to value them, we need to invest in them, and to understand those people, we need to listen to them and to live in their shoes. So that's my presentation about Beulbe. I'm happy to answer any questions after the presentation. And at the beginning of this story, I've told you that my dream was to become a lawyer. Unfortunately, I'm not a lawyer because I failed the law exam at university, so I'm not a lawyer. But I think I'm more than a lawyer because I'm advocating for the rights of small-scale fishers. I don't have a degree on law, but I'm advocating for their rights. So it's kind of a lawyer for small-scale fishers. Thank you. I'm removing this.
Well. You know what? Opportunities are buzz. My mind is blown about the potential for Africa to really propel us forward within the blue economy. I actually just need 2 seconds to rein it all in, let it land. Shall we do 5 deep breaths all together? I think so. I need it more than you guys, so while we do that, can I please have someone remove these chairs here? please, they're just like in the way in my up and down. If we could find one of the volunteers to please remove the chairs off the stage, it'd be really great. Now, we will do a little deep breath situation all together. So, I want you to just, please. I want you to not look at anything, don't be triggered by anything, let go. I'm seeing people on their phones while I'm talking. I'm going to call you out because I really want this activity to happen. I'm being serious. I told you guys, I'm a gracious but very strict pirate or captain. So, all together now, we're going to let go, just like let your body go, feel nothing. Then, take one deep breath in. Then hold, let go. Out your mouth. Then now we're going to fill up those lungs through your nose, very deep, from your gut up. Feel your chest collapse. One last one. And with this one, I want you to set the intention to scan your body, scan everything that you feel, scan all the pain points, and then breathe it out. So all together now, deep breath. And out. Right. Thank you so much for indulging me. Now, we're going to play the game that I played yesterday. The game that I played yesterday, when I say something, you say something back, is taken from our program. I do this without fail every time when I do our school program. So, I want to see if you guys are smarter than grade 4s, grade 5s, or grade 6s. So, what I do with this is when I say hello, you say hi. And then when I say plastic, you say pick up. And then I say trash, you say treasure. That's why we did the breathing exercise, so that our brains can be here. So, so it goes, hello, pick up, plastic. There we go. See, okay. So I'll obviously confuse you to see if you guys are with me or not. So, treasure. Treasure. Plastic. Hello. Hello. Yes, okay, lovely. So now, we are going to go into our next segment of today. It is an exciting, nerve-wracking, and honestly, all-around inspiration session. It is the Ocean Innovation Pitch Competition, proudly brought to you by the French Embassy. Could I please have the panel of judges come out front while I explain the format of the pitch competition. This pitch competition, in the end, for all the startups that present here, they will get support from Ocean Hub Africa, obviously, and they will get capacity building in terms of scaling their ideas a little further. And speaking as someone that has gone through, with our Captain Van Plastic program, gone through this accelerator program, I can vouch for it. So when the call comes out next month, I implore you to send it to someone that needs the idea to be scaled up. And today we have 5 startups, which I just need to find in a second, because I might have mixed up. Oh yes, no, I did not mix up my notes. Stunning. So our panel of judges is sitting here out front with a grid that will judge all the beautiful startups that will be on here, and then they have 5 minutes to do their pitch, and from there we'll do 1 or 2 questions from the judges, and in the end we'll choose 3 winners from this who will receive a cash prize, which I'm going to reveal soon, as well as support from Ocean Hub Innovation Africa. Ocean Hub Africa, as well as Ocean Innovation Africa, and many other stakeholders that work with. So, are we ready for this? And then when a person is nearing his 5-minute mark, or when they are through with their 5-minute mark, I will ring my captain bell with me. to show that their time is up. Just to tell you who all the startups are going to be, we have, not in the order that they're going to be coming on, we have Dracos, and then we have Mwani Africa, and then we have Ngwala Innovations Limited, and then we have Seaweed Cafe, and then we have Ukwenza VR all the way from Kenya. Now, without any further ado, make a rapturous, reverberating round of applause for Dracos with Amen doing the presentation. Dracos.
Hello. Okay. Just doing some tests to ensure. Okay. Okay, great. Back. That's good. So, hello everyone. My name is Aminallah Soudi. I am 23 years old, young entrepreneur from Tunisia. And Tunisia is well known by its sunny beaches in the Mediterranean during the summer. And as a Tunisian kid, I was going there with my family, enjoying the time and spend very cool times. And that's the little me there in the bossy situation. But from 2004 to 2015, things has been changed because that beach that I was going to swim with my family is now prohibited because of the pollution, because of throwing sewage without any calculations and without any planification there. Actually, according to the BBC report, there is more than 1,000 beaches in the world are being polluted by throwing issue into it. Not just that, but dozens and tons of plastics are being thrown to without any unconscious or without being consciously thinking about it, causing death of animals and causes maybe the death of us maybe in the future. Now, what's going to be the solution? Recycling the tons of waste? Yes, maybe. But other tons will be thrown again. Recycling that sewage? Yes, but gallons of sewage will be thrown again. So, let me tell you some signals too, like 80% of the world's sewage of the ocean are untreated, and there is a cost of infrastructure of $1.5 trillion of the cost of water sanitation due to centralized water treatment. Now, the solution is, what would it be instead of treating the waste of water in big plants, in big centralized plants, we do that in an innovative grey water recycling machine, a personalized one for each one of us. What would it be? What's going to be happening? And this is what we are making as Dracos. We are providing a machine for restaurants, households, gyms to recycle the waste of water and to reduce the water consumption. So basically, our machine is composing by simply some filters who remove the solids, the minerals, and we have the capacity of treating up to 10,000 liters per day, and there is a lifetime cycle of 10 to 12 years. Actually, these filters, the lifetime are 1 year to 2 years, but we have designed an auto-cleaning system that really extend the lifetime of the machine. This is simply the simulation of our machine, how it works. We take the gray water, we recycle it, and then we distribute it again. Our impact, we save 60 to 70% of the water. Now our target. Now we are targeting restaurants because the restaurants are highly water consumers, and from business point of view, they have a high water bills. So we have that target that has the need to buy our machine, not just because he wants to save environment, but because he really needs it and he will buy it. So now let's talk about our market and the business opportunity behind wastewater decentralization, because now we are not just targeting municipals or the industrial sectors, but now our clients is big micro segments or micro targets like hotels, gyms, restaurants, which create actually a total addressable market worldwide of $1.8 trillion. Our competitive landscape, we have a competitor advantage in terms of the price, in terms of the technology used, too. What we have done so far. We have built the MVP, we have built the functional prototype to validate the water quality, and we have tested our MVP in 1 restaurant. We have received some grants, and we have we have done some interviews with restaurants, and we have collected 5 letters of intent so far. We are asking for $700K to bring our product to market and scale up our operations. Okay, now the next milestones are being into having the piloting project, preparing the first version of our products, and proceeding for the international patenting. Who we are, okay. I am Amin Al-Asoli. As I said, I'm the CEO of Dracos, and I have my co-founder, who is Shokri Fatnesi, who is a senior chemical engineer of 4-year experience. And we have also some young engineers who are with us in mechanicals, design, product design, renewable energy, who will bring us to realize this project. Those partners are believing in us too. And finally, we believe that Dracos is not just saving water, Dracos is unifying the world in order to maintain peace and sustain humanity. Thank you.
Well done, Amin. Really well done for all the hard work that you guys put in. I'll now hand over to the judges to give us 1 or 2 questions or feedback or clarity. Alexi?
Yes, I heard this thing with Warren Buffett testing your mic, saying 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. I thought it was a very good one for those who know Warren Buffett. Okay, very cool technology. Have you tried to test, or how could it retrofit into a less developed environment? I'm thinking about coastal communities and how we've been working with a lot of different organizations in the room here in developing coastal, low carbon footprint coastal tourism, eco-coastal tourism. Would you think this type of machine could work? How energy intensive they are, and can it be retrofitted in coastal communities setup, which are less developed than restaurants that you would find in Tunisia, for example?
Okay. For now, currently there are many people who are, the problem is that we cannot target the households or things, because in many areas in the world, especially in Africa, the cost of water is so low. So the water bills, they will not be interesting. But in the future, and according to many statistics that say that water will be gold and it's the blue gold and something like this, would be more interesting for them to buy the machine. But now we are just targeting niche markets so we can make it bigger. What I'm talking about, the impact I was talking about, is for the long-term vision.
Just one, have you tried to contact the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation?
Yes, I tried, but I didn't.
You didn't break in. Okay, we'll help.
Yes, but thank you.
Yeah, firstly, great pitch, so well done. I wanted to ask about your competition. I mean, a $1 trillion plus market, as you were saying. Who are your top 2 competitors, and why are you better than them?
Okay. Can I come back to the slides? Okay. Okay, that's okay. The first thing that we have the business model. Most of our competitors are selling their products one time, but we are doing hardware as service, which actually create more sustainable business model. We are not just selling one-time machine, but we are selling. We are doing that monthly subscription, including the maintenance cost. And actually, I received that by an investor from India, so thank you to him from here. And the second thing is the machine capacity. Like most of our competitors have very limited water capacity treatment. For example, Hydrolip has the capacity to treat 1,000, and we have the capacity to treat 10,000. The third point is like we have built the system in order to provide non-drinking water for secondary activities, but there is an option of drinking water too, and we have validated that with the tests too. So these are the main difference between us and them too.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much to the judges. And once more, please, a round of applause for Amin. Thank you. And that was Amin from Dracos, all the way from Tunisia. Next, we have Mwani Africa, and Oscar will be presenting. Please put your hands together for Oscar from Mwani Africa.
Thank you so much. First, let me begin by saying how happy I am that my principal secretary is here. And being new, hopefully you'll adopt this project as your first. But even as I say that, whatever I will present is something that can be replicated in all your countries. So this is my first time to pitch. So you and I will be experiencing something new together. My name is Mr. Oscar, the founder of Mwani Africa. Now, the Kenyan coast is more like Cape Town. Ocean cities. Now, over the last 10 years, we have been experiencing a bloom, sargassum bloom, a problem that has plagued us. Now, these blooms are caused by global change and the runoff. They extend up to 900 kilometers and weigh up to 10 tons. They create dead zones. Now, what dead zones are, they give off toxic gases when they sink, reducing the oxygen capacity, damaging the flora and fauna. They blot out sunlight, which is important for the corals, damaging them. And they smooth the ecosystem. You can imagine something that extends 9,000 kilometers weighing 20 tons. So Mwani Africa has innovated a few solutions to combat that problem. We make a biostimulant fertilizer. And additionally, we make animal feed, vegetative animal feed. We also make protein feed. So the seaweed is able to create a whole balanced diet, in addition to the vegetative bit of it, through Proxys BSF, the black soldier fly. We also are making animal protein for you and I. I don't know whether there's anyone here who enjoys eating crickets. I'm the only one. Research is looking into ways of insects as an alternative form of protein for human beings. So one day when you eat crickets, you will remember Mr. Oscar. In addition to that, the algae blooms can be used as a substrate for mushrooms. I'm sure you have no problem with mushrooms. And vertical gardens. So that has us very excited. We leverage that innovation to help communities. Yesterday someone mentioned Kirepwe Island, and I was so excited about that because that's where, look at their classrooms. And that is a seaweed farm. We are hoping that this seaweed farm will touch the lives of that community and change it. Another ingredient in our fertilizer is fish remains. Can imagine between 30 and 70% of fish is wasted. So our business model is B2B. We get payment upon delivery. We also have B2C by making direct sales and structured projects of training seaweed vertical garden setups. Now, the market opportunity is enormous, and we don't want to be greedy. We are just targeting a a small percentage of what Kenya imports. We have countries we import from that are facing challenges at the moment right now. So it creates an opportunity for us to showcase our products as a good alternative. The fact that we process our fertilizer to generate energy helps us cut down costs. So we are able to give a good quality fertilizer at an affordable price, undercutting the competition. So what we are looking at in 18 months, even we've been bootstrapping, and we are looking at having to do the research and patents and trademarks and all that pertains. We are looking at 200% small and shareholder and 5 times our producers. So in 5 years, we are looking to have created a supply chain, a carrageenan micro-industry, and going public. So the team, this is the team. I'm a simple man from, in a small village in coastal Kenya. But because of my passion and my resilience, I've attracted renowned names in the industry. Dr. Msuya, who's, a seaweed cultivation expert. We have a South African, a blue economy expert who's adopted us, and a professor in a local university. We have ICIPE, the International Center for Insects, and a biogas expert. So what we are asking for is $100,000, and we are hoping that we'll be self-sustainable. We'll meet the fertilizer import by 15% to meet the food security, improve soils cover, and reduce runoff. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Oscar. We really, really, really like your idea. Now, let's hear from the judges if they have any feedback, questions, or any of that sort.
Thanks a lot for the great presentation and for the vision and the work you have done. Can you explain how you intend to scale this kind of business, and particularly with the different verticals that you have identified, the fertilizers and then the animal feed? What is your plan to scale it?
To grow up. We have an MVP. Like I said, we don't want to be greedy, and we want to grow gradually. So the fertilizer bit is, it's not something new. It's something that has been done even prehistorical times. But we do it in such a way that we harvest the energy, and the energy fuels the micro-industry. So by creating different levels of output, say if it's the mushroom bit, we create another mushroom house slowly and slowly. However, with an injection of good capital, with advisors, which is very important for us, with training, with volunteers, which we welcome, the sky is the limit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oscar, all the way from Kenya. That was Mwani Africa. Once more, round of applause, please. Next, we will welcome Mr. Edmond, who will be representing Ngwala Inventions Limited. Your hands and mine for Edmond. Good luck.
Hi, everyone. My name is Edmond Nwalago. I'm the CEO and founder of Ngwala Invention. We are based in Tanzania. Ngwala Invention, we eliminate chemical pesticide and fertilizer, but also empty pesticide, fertilizer, and pesticide, fertilizer and pesticide containers that pollutes our ocean. So the challenge is we all know farmers, they use chemical pesticide and fertilizer. So 50% of those chemicals, they enter into our ocean. This may be direct when applying or through line of water. But again, after the farmers using the chemicals, they deposit those containers on land. So when rain comes, it took those containers and through run of water to the ocean. So they pollute the oceans. This kills fish and coral reefs. So we have come with the solution. Our solution is Mwala Organics and digital dispensers. We produce low-cost biopesticide and biofertilizer by using fruit peels through enzymatic process, microbes, and green nanotechnology. But also we distribute our biopesticide and biofertilizer by using digital dispensers. These are digital systems or machines that we install at the strategic farming location along the coast so that coastal farmers can access our biopesticide and biofertilizer on time, on site, on pay-as-you-go. These machines are connected with mobile payment, so farmers pay by using mobile money. In East Africa, the organic market is averagely $320 million, but it's projected to be $450 million in 2018. But in Tanzania alone, the market currently it's $60 million, and it's projected to be $90 million by the year 2028. So we are targeting 60% of the Tanzanian market. That means 60% of the $90 million, which is $14 million. Our customers are smallholder farmers who are farming along the coast, and these are aged between 15 to 45 years. And these are, most of them are vegetable farmers. We are not alone, we have competitors. Our competitors are tradition, organic, fertilizer and pesticide producers, but convention companies like Agrochemical and Paramount Pesticide Limited. But our competitive advantage is environment sustainability. We distribute our organic pesticide and fertilizer by using a digital dispenser. So coastal farmers got the machine and they fill their boat rows. So we don't allow single-use boat rows. But also we distribute only organic pesticide and fertilizer, which is chemical-free. And through our processing of enzymatic process, the biopesticide, when it enters to the ocean, it purifies the ocean. Also, our machine saves cost and time to coastal farmers, because instead of going to the agro shop in town, now they access the organic pesticide and fertilizer on the machines which we have installed them along the farms. This is our model. We are selling organic pesticide and fertilizer direct to smallholder farmers through the machines, and we sell at $7, which is $2 less than our competitors. But also, we work with organic pesticide and fertilizer producers who use our digital dispensers to distribute their organic pesticide and fertilizer, so we collect 10% as the commission from that service. This is our attraction. Currently, we have 50,000 customers who are smallholder farmers along the coast. We have earned a revenue of $192,000. We have made an annual profit margin of 29%, and we have protected the environment by 90%, and these are those areas where we distribute our organic pesticide and fertilizer through our digital dispensing system. These are financial projections. We expect this in 2022, we had $102,000, and we expect in 2028 to have $14 million. we are asking for $250,000 to expand the operation, and the 60% will go for manufacturing of digital dispensers and biopesticide and biofertilizer, but training 10%, marketing and transportation 20%. This is our scaling up plan. By the year 2024, we have to scale to East African country, Kenya and Rwanda, starting with Kenya and Rwanda, and we need experts in international business because going to Kenya and Rwanda, that is the international market, so we don't need to fail. We need experts in that area, but investment so that we have enough resources to operate in foreign countries, but partnership and talents in agriculture and digital experts. This is our team. I am a logistician and climate smart agriculture with 5 years experience in agribusiness. We have operation manager with Bachelor of Science in Agriculture General. We have a technician in the Bachelor in Computer Science, and we have quality assurance Chanda Charlie with Master of Science in Green Energy and Policy. We have our mentors David Meyer and Dr. Antaranya Sanginga. Thanks. Currently, we are working with partners, that is FAO, UNFCCC, UNDP, and UNCDF. You are welcome to join Mwala Innovation to invest in organic farming so that we conserve our ocean.
Round of applause for Edmund, please. I can't imagine it's an easy thing running a business of that magnitude. We'll now hand over to the judges for one question.
No, thanks a lot. Congratulations already on the journey so far. I think that's very impressive and it's very cool. You say that the fertilizer you produce is based on fruit peels, right? That's what you said. Or did I get that wrong?
Yeah, we produce.
Yeah, okay. So my question is, how do you envision, because you are sort of projecting quite a big growth, how do you actually project that you'll be able to secure the source of those fruit peels so that you actually can sustain that growth?
Pardon? How?
So the fertilizer that you produce, they are based on fruit peels, right? That's what you said in your presentation. Yes. Is that correct? Okay. Yes. So my question is, how are you going to get that fruit peels, enough of it, to be able to sustain the growth and produce the fertilizer so that you're actually able to grow your business?
Okay. First of all, we produce our biopesticide and biofertilizer by using fruit peels, which we collect them from the household. Local market. So we have our collection centers of those fruit peels. And we access these fruit peels at a very low cost. That's why we are able to produce our biopesticide and biofertilizer at low cost. But also, the method that we are using to produce is a low-cost method. That means we don't use energy. We use enzymatic process, yes, and microbes, which are small living organisms, so we don't buy them. That makes our organic pesticide and fertilizer cheaper. But on top of that, we use the digital dispensing system. That means from our processing plant, we carry them in bulk, and then we refill the machines, which we have installed them at the strategic farming location along the coast. So, which makes the cost of transportation low. And that's why we are able to offer our organic pesticide and fertilizer at cheaper than our competitors.
Okay. Thank you, Edmund. And I wish you all the best with your business thus far. Round of applause for Edmund, please. Mwala Inventions Limited. Now, for our next picture, this will be coming all the way from Tanzania. Please put your hands together for Seaweed Cafe with Fatuma. Good luck.
Hello, everyone. Have you heard of a marine plant that has 92 minerals out of 102 that a human body needs and support about 25,000 people who 8% are women? Well, let me tell a story. I used to live far away from the ocean, about 627 kilometers. Then later I moved to live with my brother for medical assistance. While living with my brother, all the people who surround him, they always talk about one thing, that is ocean, mangrove, fishing, and seaweed. I'm a very curious person, so I had to ask him, what the hell is this seaweed you're talking about? He explained to me that seaweed and its importance and benefit. Sometimes in his holiday, he took me to visit the farms and the farmers. I was shocked to know that Tanzania is the third producer of seaweed and 99% is being exported, while 1% remain for the local consumption. I asked myself, why are we not using if we have all the assets? I came to realize that it's due to lack of negotiation, innovation, and awareness of the seaweed. With all the experience I got about seaweed, I felt a strong conviction to do something about it, and we started Seaweed Cafe Company to address these challenges. At Seaweed Cafe, we produce and process diverse of seaweed-based products such as seaweed gel, seaweed powder, and seaweed chilies that can reach our customers. It has a lot of benefits such as joint pain, weight loss, beautiness, and digestive system, to mention a few. Furthermore, seaweed has a lot of benefits in the environment, help in sinking carbonates and marine habitat, plus the decrease of acid in the ocean. Our business not only supports the women, but also purchase the seaweed to the women by enable them to access the market and improve their awareness to the seaweed. We have worked with 130 women by increasing the seaweed into a better price. It has increased their income from $30 to $80 per month. The global market is 17 billion, which is expecting to increase up to 108 billion by 2025. The value market in Tanzania is 100 million, increasing by 15% every year. Our target market is 25 million people who are health conscious, and it's a total of 40% the available market in the total available market. We have an opportunity to raise up to 50 million revenue. Our business model is B2B and B2C, which for the export is 10% and for the local market is 9%. Our profit margin is 65% to 80% for the sales. Our revenue model is for sales is 60%, for the commission base is 30%, and for the stockist is 10%. For the stockist is lower because of the decrease of challenges in distribution channels and shelf life. Although we have a lot of competitors, we have a unique components such as 10 different products. We have well-qualified team and good relationship to the customers. Our revenue for the last year has been $22,000, and for this year we have raised $55,000, which we have from grants and sales. Our future roadmap is improving the awareness and increasing the production of the unit. For the next year, we are planning to strengthen our distribution chain. Our investment for this year, we plan to get the $35,000, which can strengthen our awareness and the distribution channel. We can attain up to $1 million by 2024. Although the progress of seaweed has been great, we have a technical expert team which has been able to have a passion in the seaweed business, and marine scientists with food technologists. With the token of confidence, we have been able to win an Impact Award for the last year, getting feedbacks from customers and being featured in the greatest magazine, the magazine in Uganda. Thank you. My name is Fatima Mangena, co-founder and CTO at Healthy Seaweed Company.
Fatuma, well done. Now, we'll hand over to the judges for a comment or two.
Well done. I love it. How do you produce your seaweed products, and how scalable is it? Is it only human labor, or is there any equipment or machinery involved?
So we use low technical machines such as industrial blenders, small industrial blenders, which we take the raw materials from the farmers, then we come and process and produce them. the end product.
I had another question is about health and safety standards. You said you want to target local market. Do you know the requirements? Are you meeting them today? And especially if you look at 10% of exports, would you be meeting the requirements in terms of entering the food industry?
So we get the permit from the government, which is phytosanitary, but for the export market, we transport the raw materials, not the end product.
That's it. Thank you so much, Fatima from Seaweed Cafe. Round of applause once more, please. Our last but not least comes all the way from Kenya, and they are called Ukwenza VR. And we will now welcome Jerry to explain that. Please put your hands together for Jerry from Ukwenza VR. Break your leg.
Good morning, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I am Jerry Ndonga, and I would like to take you a little bit upstream where you will meet Shem.
From the
sound?
Kangemi community. Kangemi Primary School is located in Kangemi, a low-income community that is experiencing poor waste management and rampant plastic pollution. Shem sees these plastics and litter on a daily basis. What he doesn't know is that the litter will end up in a nearby river and gradually drain into the Indian Ocean. So how do we get Shem to care about an ocean he has never seen? Enough for him to take action, enough for him to develop empathy for the environment. That is where Ukwenza VR comes in. Through our virtual reality environmental curriculum, we've been able to use our mascot Mchupa to help Shem understand the production of plastic, its consumption, how it might end up in recycling, or how improper and illegal dumping might send it to our waterways and gradually to our ocean. He's been able to travel to different oceans around the world where he has developed empathy for these oceans and for the environment enough for him to ask, how can I help these oceans, or what can I do to save our oceans?
You need to reduce plastic. That's something that I can say.
So as you can see, virtual reality has been instrumental in us engaging students on environmental issues, but they're children. So there's not much they can do in terms of decision making to reduce plastic or its consumption in their homes, which is why our program extends beyond the classroom to the community, where we offer upskilling workshops, mainly to low-income communities. We focus on traditional artisanal skills for their parents that help introduce plastic-free alternatives in these communities where plastic is a huge problem, but also help these communities economically empower themselves and find new resources. And because we are dealing with the community, we support them with resource mobilization to improve their waste management systems. The schools become central to waste collection, and we help connect them with formal waste management systems to reduce the amount of plastic that eventually ends up in the rivers and eventually in our oceans. Our target audience as a social enterprise is primarily school-going children from 9 to 19 years, and these are our access points to the community. Because we are also a business, we also have a target market where we work with private primary schools that ideally pay for our VR curriculum. And then we have other support activities such as providing virtual reality services to corporates, to governments, and to tertiary academic institutions, where all the money that we collect from this goes back into investing in the curriculum for the schools that would otherwise not afford our services. Our social business model focuses on two main things. One is delivering the curriculum through partners and parents. Parents who can afford pay for the virtual reality classes and the curriculum, and partners can also support schools that they either work with or would like to start working with. To supplement this, especially when partners are not there, we work with providing commercial services and VR consultancy, and all the money that we make in this is reinvested back into the community work. So far, we've reached out to more than 500 learners. We have seen waste reduction by up to 90% in the school communities we work with. We are on track to create 500 plus VR experiences by the end of this year. And one of the games we created last year won an award for Best Gaming Experience. Our impact focuses on the social economic impact of the community, where we try to connect them to services where they can improve their lives, but also an environmental impact where this economic empowerment is focused on plastic-free alternatives and preserving indigenous skills, which then means they can preserve indigenous ecosystems better. We have seen that this has reduced littering in schools, but also on the educational part, our students are more competent with technology, and we've seen a 46% improvement in their environmental knowledge in the last 6 months. For the next chapter of Ukwenza VR, we are looking to work more with teachers so that we can transfer the methodology. We would like to increase our revenue so that it caters up to 50% of our expenses in the next 3 years. We are currently at around 30%, and we'd also like to we are looking for $100,000 to give us the runway for the next 1 year. All this work is supported by an amazing team where we have myself and our co-founder, and we have the ladies that you can see up here, and especially our behavior change lead who helps us understand how virtual reality can work as a behavior change tool. So I invite you all to keep Shem smiling and any other Shems around Africa.
Well done, Jerry. Such a beautiful project. Judges, any comments, questions?
I want to know, have you sought, well done, first, have you sought any type of certification for the curriculum that you're delivering?
Yes, we have. We are currently in talks with the Kenya Institute for Curriculum Development, and NEMA has also expressed interest in helping us improve the curriculum. So we are currently at a point where we are engaging government to help us certify it. And we are reaching out to make sure that whatever we teach can be integrated into classroom learning eventually. So we're in the very early stages of that long-term conversation.
Well done, that was amazing. Your evaluation or your impact, is that self-reported or have you had external M&E done?
It is self-reported based on we give the students surveys. So we had a limited, we did a pre and post survey, so it's self-reported on the students. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, once more, please put your hands together for Jerry. Phew, I don't want to be in this panel of jury to decide on who gets second, or who gets first, second, or third place. And I'm glad I'm standing here. So I will now give an opportunity for the judges to go deliberate. While they do that, or go towards going outside to deliberate, I will welcome someone who truly believes in the potential for innovators to make change in society. This person obviously comes from the French Embassy in South Africa that has helped support this session. So please, your hands and mine for Mr. Paul Cavalier, who is the Cooperation and Cultural Program Attaché in the Embassy of France in South Africa.
Hello. Okay, perfect. All right, thank you very much for all the pictures. It was really inspiring. I didn't ask questions, I have too many, so we'll have to chat perhaps for that. So, dear esteemed judge who are deliberating currently, fellow attendees, dear friends, it's truly an honor for me to be here today after witnessing those greatly promising talents who, as we've seen, have two passions, I think. The first passion is this love for the oceans, I guess, protecting and the conservation of our oceans. And of course, as we have all noticed, our second passion, which is solving issues that are important for the livelihoods of people in our society. So I find that it is amazing, actually, that you have managed to leverage both of your passions in order to create new solutions that are going to well, create a brighter future, I guess, for everyone in Africa and beyond. So thank you for that. On behalf of the French Embassy, I wish to share that we really value your work, we value your passion, and we are happy to be here to support those kind of initiatives in order to well, make your solutions heard. On a more general side, France has put a strong commitment in the recent years to promote the protection and conservation of our oceans, especially through multilateral solutions. It is very important for us to consider the protection of our oceans, of its wildlife, as well as the sustainable development of coastal communities. So I will just give a few examples. So for instance, since the 2017 UN Ocean Conference in New York, which we co-chaired with Fiji, we surpassed our pledge of doubling our marine protected areas by 2020. 1 year ago, actually 1 year and maybe a couple of weeks, we hosted the One Ocean Summit with over 40 heads of states in France, which resulted in concrete commitments to address issues such as illegal fishing or plastic pollution, or again, the creation of new marine protected areas. Again, in line of this long-term commitment that we have, we will also host the 2025 UN Ocean Conference. Importantly, we fully believe in the importance of the African continent and its talents in this endeavor. So we know that there is a unique opportunity here to create and build inclusive and sustainable economy that centers around the ocean. And we fully acknowledge in that it is a hugely complex and daunting task. And so that is why we believe that it requires extensive cooperation. This is a reason why in South Africa, for instance, we happily contribute to events such as this one, which is a leading event, the Ocean Innovation Summit, to create solutions and opportunities for all, including those who have been historically marginalized. It is also why we support academic research, such a regional project on the ecological connectivity of marine protected areas across the Southwest Indian Ocean area. This project currently involves multiple universities from various countries in this region, and we really see this as a flagship cooperation project. Last but not least, in the civil society, we also work with various organizations, activists and artists alike, to raise awareness about the oceans. Indeed, we do believe that such a cause requires talents from across all disciplines in order to join forces together. So, in conclusion, the ocean is our planet's lifeblood, and it is up to us to protect it for our future generations. And I wish to give a special thank you to the organizers of this event for reuniting us here and reminding us that we are part of a bigger scheme of events where people around the world are trying to turn the tide together and create sustainable development. Thank you very much. And I also have to talk to you about this picture you found of me. I had no idea it was somewhere on the internet. Thank you very much.
Once more, please put your hands together for Paul Kavulia. You're going to say something.
Hi, everyone. This year I didn't want to come on stage, but I can't help it. And they're still deliberating. Just a quick word to add on to what was said, which I just heard the last part. All the entrepreneurs that you've seen come on stage yesterday and today, all of them were funded by the French Embassy, the UK Embassy, the Dutch Good Growth Fund, the Schmidt Marine Technology Partners, and the South African Tourism. All of them were funded to come and be able to pitch. This is one of the important... can you have a round of applause to that now? We're trying to demonstrate, we're trying to showcase how it's happening in terms of the blue economy in Africa. It's not just something that we're trying to push because this is what we want to do, what we want to see. It is actually happening. And I heard earlier on the panel, on the Women in Maritime panel, there was this very bold move by one of the ladies in another conference that was saying, all right, you talk about women in maritime, You need to be able to fund the small enterprises in the maritime industry that are led by women and demonstrate that it's happening. We need more role models. We need to showcase them. We need to support them. And I'm going to be very French about this, but I'm very proud that we are managing to get more and more of those entrepreneurs on stage, get more visibility, and give them a voice. So thank you. And I was hoping that by then the guys behind the doors would have been done, but it's not the case. So maybe we can put a little music or a little video from one of our partners, guys at the back, and I'm going to rush the guys behind the stage. Thank you.
right on. Yo, that intermission was quite intense. This is the moment that I'm very scared of for my dear life. Because if you remember, I think it was the Oscars a few years ago, a certain Mr. Steve Harvey, oh no, it was a beauty contest, yes. He announced the wrong Miss of the country or Miss Universe. So this is why I don't like doing this job, and I think I'm going to call other people who are qualified to do this. I'm just going to have a look first. Okay.
They also had a problem when they called it.
Oh no. Guys, if only you could be a fly on the wall and see what's happening behind me. Yo. Okay. All right. Do we have predictions in the house? Let's build the anticipation a little bit more. Anyone got a prediction who has, we'll start from third place. So, third place in the Ocean Innovation Africa Summit 2023 startups is, drumroll please, louder, I can't hear it, winning 7,500 in the startup pitch competition. Third place is Dracos. We needed a paper on top of this. Need I remind you, this session is sponsored proudly by the French Embassy because they believe truly in making dreams come true. So one more time for Amin and Dracos. Well done, well done, well done. Now, in second place in the Ocean Innovation Africa Startup Pitch Competition is, drumroll please. When you're ready, shout it out. Ukwenza VR! Yay, well done, Jerry. Come on, guys. Applause, applause, applause. Well done, madam. Yeah. So the interesting thing, while Jerry's taking picture with the judges, I don't even have a picture, but it's fine. Ooh. Okay. As I was saying, the hinges are falling off, people are falling off the stages, the excitement is a buzz. Love it. You cannot catch this in any other conference. So, as I was saying, in March, Ukwenza VR, as well as Captain Fan Plastic, are part of the AfriPlastics Challenge, where we solve challenges for sub-Saharan Africa. So, I'll be fortunate enough to see you again in about 2 weeks' time. But well done for today. And now, the moment that we've been waiting for. I feel like I'm in Shark Tank. It's like boom, boom, or The Apprentice, better yet, with Donald Trump. Okay. Now, for the first place in the startup competition in the Ocean Innovation Africa Summit 2023. Drumroll, please. Seaweed Cafe! Come on! Come on! so precious. She fell from the shock. She literally fell down. Oh my gosh. Look at you. Give me a hug. Come here. Well done. Well done. Yes, yes, yes. Here you go. And this is why we do what we do. For moments like that. I told you, this summit is like no other summit. I feel like ululating. There we go, come on. Shame. You guys really worked hard for it and you deserve it. My. I am so entertained. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Serious. Okay, Younger, be serious. It's time to move on with the program. Where are we now? Yes. The judges are falling off the stage. Alexis, what kind of conference is this?
I'm trying to forget about it because it's very embarrassing to fall off a
Oh
stage.
no, baby, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, and the contestants of the startups are falling on the ground. Love it all. Bring more of it next year and many other years. Please, once more, for this year's startup, for all the hard work that they've done, and for everything that has led to this moment. And now, we will continue with more startup and pitch competitions. My screen should be doing something like that. There we go. Now, I would like to introduce the next pitch competition, which is brought to us by the UK Tech Hub, which is an initiative of the British Embassy. Right, or the UK government. So this is in collaboration with Solve Waterfront, as well as Ocean Hub Africa. While we get started, I would like the panel of jury to come out front to their designated seats, because that's where they will be able to see all the action that is needed. Please, let's put our hands together. If you see your face, please come to the front. I don't have all your names, unfortunately. Okay, put your hands together for the jury. Right, truly a Shark Tank moment. While we wait for them to finish sitting down, I will tell you a little bit more about the organizations or the startups that will be here. If I could have your attention, please, everyone. So, there will be Akili Community Evolution. They're a KZN-based organization that works in the power of computing and digital making into the hands of people. And then there is CRDC, where they will talk about an eco-aggregate called Resonate. And then we have Infinite Streets. Infinite Streets is a product development, graphics, 2 and 3D printing company. They create a bunch of things, and they will be talking to us about, through their app, they've developed how to join the dots with waste collectors. And then we have Lili Lumpa. They are an enterprise. No, do your thing, don't worry about me. They are an enterprise that's pioneered ways to have a cleaner South Africa through innovative upcycling. And then we have the Litter Broom Project, who have drawn attention over time for its innovation and approach in collecting waste from water streams. So, please, give them a round of applause. And that is going to be the order of how they will come do their pitches. I'm going to request that the people at the back, I do understand that the excitement is big, but I'm going to either ask you guys to exit the venue or find your seats, please. Because the nerves of standing up here and trying to get support for your business are crazy as it is. So I'm going to give 2 minutes for the team at the back to finish their business with the photos, find their seats, or go celebrate elsewhere. As I said, this SA Plastic Circularity Challenge is brought to us by the UK Tech Hub, which is an initiative of the UK government with Ocean Hub Africa, as well as Solve Waterfront. A round of applause for that. Without any further ado, the format is the same. We'll have the startups come up, present their solutions in 5 minutes, and then hand over to the judges for questions and answers. Like I did before, I'm going to ring my famous bell to indicate that your time is up. And then I'm going to smile politely at you, wait for you to conclude, if you will. Now, if Andile could step to the stage, please. A round of applause for Andile.
Just grab this.
No, he just needs to set up something quickly. As I said, Akili Community Evolution is a KZN-based organization that works with the power of computing and digital making into the hands of the people. But telling us more about that would be Andile from Akili Community Evolution.
Oh, yeah. Greetings, everyone. There's next. Greetings, my name is Andile Mjali. I represent a not-for-profit organization based in KwaZulu-Natal called Akili Community Evolution, ACE for short. Akili stands for Intelligence or Wisdom in Swahili. As an organization, we strive to remedy the effects of plastic waste and e-waste on our communities, which are largely rural and township. The effects of which I won't get into because speakers yesterday, today, and tomorrow will definitely elaborate on. But I'll go only to add that there's also an issue of digital redlining with our youth. So in 2019, when we started looking for a solution to our digital aspect of our problem, what we did is we ended up with a bill of materials, which most of the materials came from broken and old laptops that I had in my cabinet. When we wired them together, we discovered that, wired them together with an SBC, which is a single board computer, we discovered that we could make an affordable entry-level computer for the youth. So when we were doing that, while we were doing that, we had to learn and teach ourselves how to 3D design and 3D print. A lady asked us to collect all our plastic bottles and keep them for her so that she could recycle them. It's only then we realized exactly how much plastic waste we go through. Myself, in the last 6 months, I've been keeping and calculating. I've gone through 3.1 kilograms of PET plastic bottles. That curious decision just led us to an interesting question. What is the difference between PET and PETG? PETG is the material we use to 3D print. So long story short, what we did in the last few months, after a year of testing, we discovered that we could turn PET bottles into recycled PET 3D printing filament. And we use that filament to then 3D print objects using a standard 3D printer with just a few modifications. Let me just put that there. It's a nice little phone holder that I've printed. So, we discovered that now we have 2 sustainable products that we can take to market. The 2 sustainable products would be an entry-level computer and recycled sustainable 3D printing filament. So the reason we do this is to become an internationally recognized sustainability brand that has an international footprint that works with multiple industry stakeholders to accelerate ICT development for the youth in our country and in our continent. And our key to this is the product that you see in front of you. If I had an assistant, you'd then pull off the cloth and everyone would go, wow. So this little guy here, I hope it doesn't fall. This little guy here is printed using a recycled PET 3D printing filament and uses components from old computers that we've mated with an SBC. So all the white pieces that you see are all recycled PET as a proof of concept. The great thing about this is that we can manufacture or we can make this product cheaper than our competition. And the truly beautiful part about this is that at its end of life, you can return the product. We'll take the rPET components, crush them, and remake more filament, and take the electronic components, and then use them to make the next batch of computers. So since 2019, we've gone through multiple design revisions. If you could see the first one, yeah, something. So 2019, we started design revisions, and now in 2023, we win the PICC competition. Oh, tough crowd. So, winning PICC essentially means that we get a foothold into an 11 billion rand worldwide 3D printing filament market, and it also gives us a chance to compete in the 16 billion rand, estimated 16 billion rand South African educational computer market that is here. Working with PIC and obviously the mentoring and coaching as well as the financial assistance will help us get machines that will help us make our filament almost 5 times faster than the manual process that we're currently using, while also ensuring that we have a better quality product. It also gives us a platform to then work with industry stakeholders who will give us feedback in terms of improving our product, and also get us to prototype, also to run our analysis and get it out to the market so we can make an overall better product for our youth. Imagine this, there's a child right now, there's a child out there whose first computing experience will be this computer. And when that child uses any laptop or PC, they'll remember that recycling played a role in them being able to type out their own assignment in tertiary. That child will always remember that recycling today means a better future for another child tomorrow. Our team consists of myself. We've got a project administrator, we've got a gentleman in visual comms, an intern, but we're able to scale up. We've got an ad hoc team that has, we have our manufacturing and quality specialists, we have a project manager, we have a business analyst, as well as an electronics engineer. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Andile, as we say in KZN, don't worry, I got you. He's worried about his computer, so I'm going to kick it. Now, I'll hand over to the judges for a comment or a question. If anyone, there's a microphone over here, I can pass it around. No.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Is that thing on?
Turn it on, might help.
There we go.
Good, thank you for that. Very concise, good presentation. I just need to try and understand, in terms of the business model that you're looking at, the impact with regards to the plastics and plastics recycling seems to be a secondary component to the primary business, which is digitalizing the gap in computer access. What scale do you think this will eventually get to? What volumes do you think you might be able to target?
Okay, currently to make a single unit requires about, in its current form, because we need to 3D print it quickly, it uses about 0.5 kilogram of plastic waste. So when we do the final versions of the computers, they will be printed 100% solid. So it uses approximately 750 grams of plastic waste per computer that we'll be taking out of the environment and turning into a computer. So if I do the math, the 16 billion rand allows us to make about 3,700,000 and some odd computers. So per computer, a kilogram, that's 37,000 tons, somewhere around there. So if we consume that entire market, and that's just the Department of Education's estimate, not fully giving computers to not fully assuring access to computers just within schools, but if we were to allow the entire continent to have enough computers so that people can spend at least an hour a day or two, the numbers almost infinite.
Can you use thermoformed PET and not bottle-grade PET?
Sorry?
Can you use thermoformed PET instead of bottle-grade PET?
Our experimentation right now has just been on formed PET. So when you say non-formed, are you referring to in terms of pellets or shredded PET?
Things like clamshells, salad bowls, the things that are non-general sort of bottle-grade PET.
Okay. So right now our experimentation and our testing has largely been on PET, just PET bottles and PET containers. So we are looking to go further in terms of our experimentation. It's just we are limited by our financial position and, So the experimentation, because there are other types of plastics as well we'd like to go into, but all of that requires the resources. And right now, this is where we are.
Right. Ooh, we have another question. I'll just try and run because... yes, there we go.
Can I go? So I'm just curious, so is the government, is that your target audience? So did you set up as a non-profit because you're looking to supply the government with computers to put in schools, or is there a plan to commercialize and actually sell this product to like the public at large?
Okay. Currently, our aim was to target government and obviously other NPOs that are in the ICT space to roll out this product. There's a particular reasoning as to why we wanted to sort of limit it to educational purposes at the moment. That has to revolve around our social challenges, because once this computer has use outside of a classroom, as an essay, you put a room full of computers, you wait 2 weeks, all those computers are gone. So we're trying to limit its scope just to ensure that we don't trigger our social ills that we have in the country. But
Right.
yes, we can, in short, if need be.
Your hands and mine for Akili Community Evolution. I will now welcome our next startup competition in the plastic circularity competition, which is CRDC. Please put your hands 1 second while Kinnan walks towards me for Kinnan from CRDC with the Resonate solution. Break a leg.
Thank you very much. Do I get is this the pointer? Hello everyone, how's it going? Is everyone well today? Everyone's good. I am not familiar with this pointer, so let's just point it. Nothing's happening, let's try next. Okay, here we go. Let me know when my time starts. Oh, my time started, would you look at that? Okay, I better hurry. So, thank you. My name is Keenan. I'm from CRDC. I'm going to dive right into it. What is CRDC's mission? Essentially, it's to create appreciating value from the world's plastic waste, and by doing so, generate environmental, economic, and social value so that everyone can prosper. Right. What does this mean in real terms? Let's look at the problem. Okay, the problem is plastic waste. We can look at those stats, or we can just talk as adults. If you're in this hall right now, it's because you are smart enough and good-looking enough to know that all the stats are telling us the same thing, is that plastic pollution, tragic plastic, is becoming omnipresent. It's everywhere. It's in our oceans, it's in our rivers, it's in our parks, it's in our communities. It's even inside us at this point in time. It's in our lungs, it's in our bloodstream. So huge problem. It's everywhere. Let's get right to the heart of this problem. Why is all this plastic waste lying around? Why is it just sitting here clogging up our riverways and landing up on our beaches? Well, simple answer to that is that the plastic waste is lying around because it has no value. It has no value, therefore it cannot enter the value chain. So, if the plastic waste cannot enter the plastic's value chain, it cannot be processed, it cannot be recycled. Why is it not entering that value chain? Because most of the people in that value chain cannot do anything with it. For them, that plastic is too manky, it's the wrong type, it's too difficult to go collect. They put up their hands and they say, not I, not us. So all of it just lies around. But that's where CRDC comes in, because for us, we actually do find some value in this mixed plastic waste. To us, we use it to make our synthetic aggregate called Resonate. Now, I'm going to just quickly demonstrate. I hope you can see. But this looks and performs exactly like a conventional stone aggregate would in a concrete mix. So anytime you pour a concrete mixture, okay, you're going to use aggregate. And all we have done is we have made a synthetic aggregate which can replace your natural stone aggregate in that concrete mixture. So, as I said, we take all 7 types. We convert it into this eco-aggregate, and then what it does for our end users is it actually improves their concrete products. Okay, so we say to ourselves, well, this is interesting. We've got value in this plastic waste, even though it costs us money to process it, but what would happen hypothetically if we were to assign value to this plastic waste that lies around and doesn't get collected? Can we build a model, even if it's just hypothetical, to see what the impact will be when we can start assigning value to plastic waste? So we did. I'm going to skip over that slide. That's our green bag that builds. It's this one here. I can finally take it out of my pocket and stop feeling so dodgy about it. Okay, so what we do is very, very simple. We work with recyclers, buyback centers, collectors, etc. And we say to them, go out into the community, go out into the environment and fill that green bag with plastic waste. Can be any type, can be LD, PET, polystyrene, HD, polyprop, you name it. As long as it's plastic, not wood, not metal, not dead cats, just plastic goes in that green bag, and we will pay you for it. We will actually give you a value per bag. It's currently sitting at around 5 Rand per bag. Now, the next question is it working? And I'm going to say, so far, it looks really good, and I'm going to point to one of our partners, which is a school called Webner Street Primary, okay? Basically, one of our main concerns for this school, aside from it having become unsightly and being used as a dump, was that the school has a lot of learners who are only there to receive 1 meal per day. They run a feeding scheme, but the school is short-funded, so they cannot feed enough learners. So what we've done is we've given these bags to the learners and their parents in the community. They're filling the bags, they're sending it to the school with their plastic waste, and for each bag that is then sent to CRDC, we pay that school 5 Rand to put into their feeding scheme. So what have we done by doing this? Well, so far, we've managed to collect over 3.5 tons of plastic. We've raised about 12,000 Rand for Webner, and then we've also collected some recyclables on top of that. So, in short, plastic pollution doesn't have to lie around. Once you can start assigning a value to that plastic pollution, collectors will start collecting it, and as long as you have an end market for it once collected, we feel you can have a viable sort of model, a viable sort of chain that can help ameliorate and mitigate that plastic waste in the environment. So, yeah, time's up. Thank you for your time here. If we win this challenge, we are going to deploy some of that funding to running and continuing our program at Webner. This is what it costs to run per month. That includes the staff, that includes payment for the collectors, that includes processing fees, management fees, etc. So slightly higher cost per ton of disposal than most companies are used to, but we have created a multiplier. We are taking plastic out of the environment, we are actually monetizing it, and we are using that money to feed learners. So it all comes together very nicely. And that's it. I'm done. Thank you for your time.
My good sir, you'll have to forgive me. I did a grave mistake. I mispronounced his name. How do you say your name?
Keenan.
Keenan. Oh,
Yes.
I have different notes. Okay.
Don't worry. Whatever you called me, I've been called worse, I assure you. So.
Okay. Now, we'll have one question from the judges. Only one. Yes, sir.
Keenan, thank you. Chris White here from ASIN. Just the one thing you didn't touch on, we obviously ran out of time. Impact. How will this prize have an impact on the development of the growth of the business? Because CRDC is quite established.
Yes, I think for us specifically, we would look to deploy this prize towards building on this initiative, the Bag That Builds initiative. We would continue to run that site Webner for a number of months until we can hand it over to a corporate sponsor that becomes a custodian. So that's essentially our goal with this, is for the corporations, communities, businesses, in the areas in which the Bag That Builds program runs, to take ownership of it, to become the custodians of it, so that the program can therefore run, in perpetuity. Because currently it's all being funded out of CRDC's own budget.
That's it. All right. A round of applause for CRDC as well as Keenan.
Thank you. There's a pointer.
Next, we are going to have our next project, which is going to be Infinite Streets, presented by Tayelo. Infinite Streets, Tayelo.
I'd love to just test this first. Oh, next. Okay, cool. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tayelo Motolo, all the way from the banks of the Vaal River. And the company that I'm representing is called Infinite Streets, the path of unlimited possibilities. Infinite Streets is a high plastic consuming company, which is synonymous for sublimation and 3D printing. The problem is we fail to summarize the problem into one word and one person and get a bullseye solution. The problem is the consumer, the person that actually buys the Coke and throws it away because it is no value to them. They have absolutely nothing to lose. And it is because of that person that our planet looks like this. But however, I do not blame that person because he is excluded from the value chain of plastic. This is the solution. Bincoin. What is Bincoin? Bincoin is a platform whereby plastic is turned into currency. How does it work? It works similarly to an Uber app, but I'll break down first how I now include the consumer in the value chain. At the moment, there is 6 rand for PET per kilo. How so? 3 rand for the waste picker, and then there is another 3 rand actually for the people who collect in bulks and supply to the upcyclers. In that 6 rand, we're going to disrupt the system, take away the middleman who is the mass supplier. We take that 6 rand, instead of 3 rand, we give 4 rand to the waste picker, and we give 2 rand per kilo to the person who disposes correctly in this platform. This is a situation that's going to professionalize the waste picking industry. Instead of looking like a hobo, they will be dignified and looking like this, and there will be a connection there. And then the benefits will be, there will be a health and safety working condition, of course, for the waste picker, because now the waste will be sorted already. And with that 1 rand, it will be for administration. It will give them a death and disability benefit should they get bumped into while in work, in job. And then the benefit for the consumer is a safer community, because an unmonitored system actually creates a situation whereby these people, they break into our houses. Now, this is the continuation of the upcycling. How Infinite Streets will benefit from this is that per kilo, you can actually create 7 medium polyester t-shirts, which is like 6 rand, the input cost. And then today there is 3D printing machines that you can enter shredded plastic and create the final product. This is what our company looks like, and this is the products that we actually put to the market. Our target market to begin is households, because every figure begins with 1. And this Bincoin mechanism is actually a situation whereby it's going to give us an opportunity to have customer relations and consistent customer communications. Government, the private sector, sports teams, and schools, they use polyester for their clothing. Our Vision 2030 is to be established in Gauteng and in Durban and in Cape Town, of course, as a plastic warehouse, to employ more technical staff and to professionalize thousands of waste pickers' jobs. This is our team, the non-technical and technical aspect of the team. The non-technical team is 4 people, plus me, because I like to be everywhere. And then the technical team is me, the CEO, Ntabeleng Masua, who is the PA and administrator. We also have Motsamai Muloi, who is the printer. And then we have Tabiso Makhalemela, who is the graphic designer and the programmer as well. We have Mpuna Mohanwe, who is the sales lady. The impact that this thing is going to have on us, the funding is going to have on us, is that we're going to be able to upscale, consume more plastic, and if we consume more plastic, we'll be able to, one, add value to the consumer, the person that throws away the plastic, two, create a safer community for them. The waste picker, their job will be professionalized, and secondly, they will have a death and disability benefit, which will dignify their job. For our company, this is going to give us an opportunity to produce more and actually create more profits and employ more people. For the environment, there will be less waste in the oceans and in the wetlands, and there will be less waste in the open fields. Thank you very much. This is Infinite Streets, the path of unlimited possibilities. Dialogue Mutola from the VAR.
Thank you so much, Dialogue, for such great innovation. I'm going to hand over to one of the judges if there's a comment. I see a hand from Ifua. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm curious, how much have you made any sales to date, and how, like, in terms of price point, how does this compare to, like, I guess the kind of products you spoke about, sports teams and so on, that they could buy in the market at the moment? Yeah.
Can you repeat the question again, sorry?
Okay, so traction in terms of sales to date, and then the second part is like how the cost of production versus, or actually like your selling price compared to like what one could just go to like a store and buy sports gear and so on. Like how does the price compare?
Okay, I understood something there that you just asked. We've definitely penetrated the market, especially in Gauteng. We have a lot of the first company that we have actually supplied. It was Pax Africana Holdings. It's a mining company, and this is where actually one started playing around with plastic, because there was a middleman supplier who gave us something that's not poly-coated for sublimation purposes, and this is where we started creating polygloss to actually coat the mugs, etc. So we do have business. The things that I showed there are not just items. These are items that I've sold to people. And your last question was, there was two questions in one.
How the price compares to what we can get on the market at the moment.
How the price?
Yeah, the price that you're selling the products at.
To what you get to the market?
Yeah.
Well, at the moment, the price is exactly what you get in the market, the price of my final products. Hence, I'd love to, with this initiative, I'd be able to cut on costs, a whole lot of costs. And then definitely I'll be able to sell it either at the same price and make more profit, or I'll decrease the price a bit.
All right, thank you.
Our hands together for Dialogue. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving right over, we will have Liesel from Lili Lumpa. Liesel from Lili Lumpa, hands together, please.
This is me on the left, unemployed, hopeless. My family and I lost everything a few times due to a few bad investments and theft. And I prayed for an answer, and the answer was waste. Fast forward to today. On the right is a picture of hope and a picture of how I reinvented myself using waste. So since 2016, I've been using waste as a means of income for my family. I'm Liesel Nordia, and you might ask why the name Lili Lumpa. Lili was my nickname as a child, and Lumpa comes from the Oompa Loompa character from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, which was my favorite children's book. So our vision is to pioneer the way to a cleaner South Africa through innovative upcycling. And we do this through collecting plastic, cleaning it, and upcycling it into new products. And we address the numbers 12 to 15 of the SDGs. So I'm not going to bore you with the statistics. We've all seen the great problem. And through our vision, we address these two problems. And by diverting plastics from the landfill, hopefully it doesn't end up in the ocean, and we create new products with those plastics that we've collected. And then we're hoping to address the unemployment issue, because I myself have been there where I felt hopeless and not sure what to do. So the solution is we upcycle the plastics into products at our micro factory. We invite the participation of our clients and the community, and then they become partners with us to create the cleaner neighborhoods. A similar model to some of the other contestants that I've mentioned is that we also want to give value to the plastic so that community members are motivated to keep their areas clean. So our first product to combat the plastic problem is our My Africa lab desk, if I can find it. So this is a multifunctional tool. It is made with 100% waste plastic. It's foldable and portable, and you can use it in your bed or on your bed. It's a perfect product for this hybrid model that we find ourselves in. Lots of people working from home. When you're done, you hang it on the wall and it becomes art. So definitely, if I'm not on stage somewhere, I'm sitting behind my desk working on the business. So we're hoping to move about 1,800 lab desks in the next year. That's about 10 tons of plastic. And then the pieces of plastic wood, we call it lily wood. So that's our alternative to wood, and we're hoping to also launch bigger items in the next year. Then another exciting project, a world first, is our My Africa selfie frame, similar to the yellow frames that you find scattered around the city. And these frames become a monument for the circular economy. And each installation, we estimate, will take between 300 and 500 kilograms of plastic waste. And our first site we have identified, it's in the Paarl area, and we're hoping to launch that by 1 October. And then another product is the Green Mile. It's the first green route of its kind, possibly in the world. And this is also in the Paarl area, and this will become a showcase for the green economy. We are situated on this Green Mile, and as I mentioned earlier, the location for the selfie frame is also on the Green Mile, and our local municipality, Drakenstein, has also jumped on board as our support partner. So our types of clients are B2C, B2B, B2G, individual clients, gifting retailers, corporate companies, and we want to work together with companies to position themselves as green or responsible citizens so that they have a green offering to their clients. And in the types of communities that we also want to involve is the low-income areas, where people can benefit through our micro factories in a twofold manner. They can bring us good waste, get paid for the good waste, and then they can also work in our production facility. Why we need this prize is we need to purchase a plastic shredder. We also need to employ more staff, and we want to erect the selfie frame by the 1st of October. Our team is small, we're dynamic and hardworking, and we're hoping to expand soon. And I have a saying, the second life becomes more significant than the first. And I'm a testament to that. And I invite you to partner with us in cleaning South Africa through innovative upcycling. Thank you.
Okay, only one. There you go.
Thank you. I had to compete to ask a question I think everyone wants to know. So for me, I'd love to know what are the plastics that you use, and since we're not going to let a second question be asked, I want to know how many have you sold already of your little tables?
So the initial product, when we launched it, this is my lockdown idea, and initially I launched it as a wooden product. So this is new, the plastic. We only launched this late last year. And In the board, you'll find plastic wrappers, toothpaste tubes, plastic bottles, and they all obviously shredded down and compounded into this board. But if you come close, you'll see the texture and the movement, and you'll see actually some of the aluminium from the toothpaste tubes. So it's very textured and visible.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Please put your hands together for Lily Luther with Lisa. Well done. Now, our last, but certainly not least, pitch idea in the SA Circular Plastic Economy Pitch Competition, powered by the UK SA Tech Hub, an initiative of the UK government with Ocean Hub Africa and Solve Waterfront, is going to be the Litter Boom Project with Hanu presenting. Your hands and mine for Hanu.
Thank you.
Clicker?
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm certain, the clicker. The clicker's over here. Let me remember the clicker. Okay, next is there. I'm certain up to the moment, you haven't figured out what the problem is. Okay, if you haven't paid attention to anybody else, the problem is the rise of plastic pollution, at least in this context. There's lots of other problems, but we're addressing that one. The second one, also haven't heard that before, it's a limited value in these plastics. When we talk about plastics, you all know it, it's a very wide umbrella. We're specifically focused on plastics that does not have a huge value. The solution is obviously very, very easy. It's just create the end market. If you enter the end market, then your problems are solved. I think the trick lies in finding that end market. The Litter Boom Project has a slight different approach to this, and we call it the Innovation Lab. The Innovation Lab is a space where wastepreneurs, and maybe we're using that term in a slightly different way. A wastepreneur is somebody that collects plastic and then turns that plastic into a product. So it's a space where they can play around. It's a training space. So they first learn how to identify all the different types of plastics, then how to use the different machinery, and finally to create different products. That is part of the unique value that Litter Boom Project brings to the table. The first is partnerships. Without kind of figuring out what is the products that we have to make, we go to retail and industry and say, what products do you want? One of our partners says, we want this product, and you'll see it a little bit later, planter steak, and we try and find a way to do that. And then also a focus on the informal economy. The guys working in this space is not guys that went to university. They start as normal wastepreneurs, waste pickers, and that's taught different skills to create products with using the correct machinery. And then it's simplicity. It's decentralized. You do not need massive overheads to start these innovation labs. They're small, they're mobile, and you can plonk them down pretty much anywhere in the country where you do have electricity, well, limited electricity. Company overview. So if you know Litter Boom Project, you will be aware of the interception of plastic before it reaches the ocean. The idea, 2017, Cameron Service, the founder of it, said, we've done enough beach cleanups. We need to intercept plastic at the source. And me and him went driving around in the Greater Durban area and tried to look for these places. And we realized that we have to work upriver. So the first one is the intercept model, which you might know. There's also a very strong education element to Litter Boom Project, which works in the communities upriver to try and stop plastic from ending in the river itself. Then to innovate, another one, and those the innovation labs, and then sustainability. And that is probably the key. Sustainability, maybe also longevity. It's finding a way to secure funding through one, selling products, but also through different mechanisms to allow the entrepreneurs to create products, collect plastic, create products, and then sell it into the market. Small at this stage, but growing. Initial products developed, detangling combs, foot files, early childhood development blocks, and planter stakes. And that planter stake you see at the bottom right is one of the products that was asked to be developed. We are delivering about 540 units in the next 12 weeks. And that's kind of the proof. If that works, we could turn ocean or river plastic into these products, into retail space, then there's a big order waiting for that. Milestones 2022 saw the first two wastepreneurs enrolled in the training program, and they've gone through the training, learned how to do it, and is now fully employed, working for themselves, but also for other companies needing their help. 2023, another innovation lab needs to be established, and another 8 learners are already enrolled into the program. And 2024, once this works, we want to roll it out to Joburg and Cape Town. Value chain impact, very shortly, gives a second life to plastic, it creates employment, and it benefits the environment. The support impact, and this is important, it will allow us to create another lab, so get more equipment, to get more people in the training program, and to do more research and development into the products that is needed. So yeah, that is the Litterboom project and an innovation hub. Any questions?
Jury, any questions, comments? Oh.
So you guys are looking to bring entrepreneurs into this space, wastepreneurs, and then assist them to develop products. You've got one product that is built from demand, and that's somebody that came to you to say we need this product. Do you guys have any form of criteria in terms of what kind of wastepreneurs you're looking for, what skill, if they have a product, is it at a very nascent phase?
It really is grassroots, which means that the two wastepreneurs that's currently that already went through the whole program, started by collecting waste at a Litterboom in the Waterloo area. So Litterboom project initially just put litterbooms in the river. That's its inception 2017. And Nelson and Luando started as guys looking after a litterboom. And they've worked themselves through the system and is now trying to do product development to collect plastic, clean it, chip it, and actually using an injection mold machine to create a product, and then this weekend they are selling their product themselves. So they've gone from somebody that just collects plastic to somebody that's got a whole bunch of skills and is now ready to go on to the next step.
There's one other question, but I don't think I have the right to allow it. I'm afraid. Okay, we'll give it to the gentleman, and it's the last one. Yeah, I can be generous sometimes.
Thank you so much. Hanno, thank you. Just in terms of scalability, just to try and I think a lot of people don't realize that the Litterboom project is first and foremost about collection, in intercepting before it gets there. And the opportunity around the innovation is to then look at creating the market and the value chain. But the scalability, how does the one impact the other? I mean, is that part of the business model in terms of driving it forward?
Yeah, so the Innovation Hub creates that space. So say, for example, a company X comes to us and say, we want this product to be made from recycled plastic. We can collect the plastic in, at this stage, the Greater Cape Town area, Greater Durban area, put it into the Innovation Hub, test the product, see if it works. The moment it works, we can then take it back to company X and say, well, the product works, we can do that, and they will take that recipe to their manufacturers, because we have all the manufacturing stats. And then they can take a 300 or 500 rand bespoke artisanal product and print 200,000 or 1 million of it, depending on what company X needs of it. And then Litterboom project can deliver plastic to the manufacturer to the extent that Litterboom project runs out of material, and that can then be sourced from any buyback center because of the same materials. So to make that clear, Litterboom project the Innovation Hub does not plan at this stage to become the manufacturer of the product. It's a place where it's an incubator. It's where the product will be tested and then handed over to people with the skill to produce on mass scale.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Put your hands together for Anu, please. Judges, you're free to go and deliberate. It's going to be tough, but someone has to do it. I wish you all the best because all these solutions are really great. Just to recap on all our solutions that presented today, at the top we had Akili Community Evolution, and then we had CRDC, then Infamous Streets, and then Lili Lumpa, and of course, last but not least, the Litterboom project. A round of applause once more for them, please. And while the judges deliberate, I would like to welcome Colleen Lehman, who is the British Consul General, to really tell us why they think these kind of initiatives and supporting them is important. Please put your hands together for Colleen Lehman, the Consulate General.
Great. Well, thank you for that welcome. It's a bit unnerving, isn't it, following such great people and such inspiring stories, but also someone who's so much better dressed than I am. And maybe next time I do need to think about hats and jackets. So my name is Colin Lehman. I'm the British Consul General here in Cape Town. And that means I'm the British government representative to Cape Town, trying to tell the story of who the UK is in Cape Town and South Africa. But I want to take a moment at the start just to recognise that whilst we've heard some amazing stories of the companies that all of our people that have been on the stage have talked about, behind those companies are some absolutely incredible individuals. So I just wanted to ask Andile, Tielo, Lizelle, Keenan and Johan if you could stand for a moment. Because, thank you. Because I think we all see the figures in the news about the tech industry and the huge amount of money that can be made in the tech industry from keeping us all on Instagram or Twitter or Snapchat or wherever the next app that comes next is. But each of these individuals who've spoken today, not just about their companies, but they've said something about themselves. They've said something about the commitment they have to Cape Town, to South Africa, to the world about reducing plastic, taking their energy, their enthusiasm and their ideas, not to keep us on an app any longer than we need to, but to make the beaches, the streets, to make this country better. So let's give them another round of applause as people. So thank you, and I can only imagine what a difficult discussion the judges are having now about who actually wins, but I think we've all just heard some really great stories today already. For us and the UK-South Africa Tech Hub, it's a really important part of what we do in Cape Town and in South Africa, because tech, the UK is such a centre of tech, and what we want to do is enable South Africa to be a centre of tech, to bring that excellence from the UK and take that energy, that enthusiasm of people who work in tech or could work in tech in South Africa to learn from the UK, which is why we're so pleased to sponsor this event today. But climate change is also a really pressing issue for the UK, and many of you, if you watch the news, will have seen a pretty colourful year that the UK had last year in terms of our politics, our monarchy, and other things that have happened. But there's one thing that actually unites the UK more than anything else, right across all of our political parties, all of our mainstream newspapers, all recognise the fight against climate change is the biggest issue in the world today, and that we're pretty united about trying to fight that. We were the first country in the world to legislate for zero carbon by 2050, and you can see a number of countries have followed behind us. We hosted COP26, the most recent climate change convention in Glasgow. Wider than that, there's a focus on biodiversity and the green belt, but what we're talking about here is the blue belt. And I suspect what not many people know is the most plastic polluted beach in the world is actually part of the UK. There's all sorts of stories about dirty beaches around the world in Hawaii and other places. But I wonder, does anybody know where the most plastic polluted beach in the world is? I've given a hint in the UK, but I'll just see if anybody has a thought. It's a pretty remote place, and it's in the South Pacific. And the reason it's part of the UK is a bit of an accident of history involving some people committing mutiny on a ship in about 1790, and their descendants still living on an island that they went to. It's called the Pitcairn Islands, and it's in the South Pacific. And there's an island on that called Henderson Island. Henderson Island sits within a 4.3 square kilometre marine protected area. And even though it's a marine protected area, it has 700 pieces of plastic per square metre. Henderson Island, a particular beach on it, has 700 pieces of plastic per square metre. It's a truly, truly horrible sight to see, and I had the privilege to be there last year, involving 2 weeks on a ship and another few days on another ship. And I was there with 3 school children from a nearby island who had never left their island. So the first time they leave their small island, called the Pitcairn Island, to go to nearby Henderson Island and see this beautiful beach. They'd never seen sand before. And they're sort of lying in the sand, playing in it. And as they dig down and they lift up the sand, and it looks like you've got handfuls of sand, but as you dig through it, you can see that lots of this isn't sand, it's microplastics, it's tiny bits of plastics. And the look on these children's faces as they sort of dived off the boat into the beach thinking, wow, we're going to play in sand for the first time, and began to see what was happening. These microplastics that had come from across the Pacific, got caught in the currents, come over the reef alongside lots of fishing gear, really brought it home to me just how big a fight it is against plastic. And we've heard such amazing stories today about how we could deal with that issue here in Cape Town or other parts of South Africa, but also how we could take those ideas to the world. I think there was just some really incredible stories that, whilst I recognize, goodness me, I've got like a time's up sign, but I didn't have the bell. Goodness. Do I not get the bell? Okay, there we go, we get the bell. We've seen some great ideas today, haven't we, that might in the future stop some of that terrible plastic waste on the beaches of South Africa, and even as far away as a random legacy of British Empire, British history beach in the South Pacific. So I'm incredibly grateful to be here today and for us to have the chance to sponsor this, and for I'm sorry it's only one company and person actually gets to go forward. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you to all of those individuals for the time that you've taken in your lives to be, this is the fight that I want to have, this is the commitment I want to make. It's been incredibly heartening to hear your stories. I look forward shortly to presenting the prize to one of you, but I definitely wish you all the best, to all the companies, to all the individuals for what they're seeking to do, not just for their own career and their lives, but for the people of South Africa and the people of the world. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Lehman for that address. While the judges are still deliberating, I thought this is a great opportunity to give someone to comment on how they found the pitch competition. Anyone who would like to say something, comment, ask a question? This is, yes, oh, there we go. Yes, my good sir. The floor is yours.
This was my first pitch, and nobody told me that everything disappears, and it was quite interesting. But having said that, I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged that someone from a village like a small village somewhere can get the opportunity to travel all the way, kilometers, and come here. So thank you so much for the organizers of this, the financiers. This is a story I will tell, that the wonderful people in the world. Thank you.
Look at that. Solutions first, problems last. And we have a hand. Yes, Caspar. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Casper from Oceaneers, and I'm also really happy to see this discussion around plastic. Also very important, I think, food choices. We look more at food choices, but around the plastic discussion, what always strikes me, it's all these amazing ideas around how to get plastic out of the system. But the logical thing for me would be to prevent those plastics from ever entering the system. And here I'm calling upon governments to actually use stronger regulations so we don't have to, at the end of the cycle, try to, through a lot of effort, trying to get the plastic out. Thank you.
Yes, yes. In an ideal world, yes, yes, yes. I'm with you, my friend. I'm with you. I think the jury is done. Are we ready to rumble with a winner announcement? Yes? Okay, great. So I think as we go into our concluding sort of remarks, I can't believe it. A whole day has gone, and we have done it all together. So I think it calls for my reverberating, rapturous round of applause, right? So, we haven't done it in a while. I think we really need to like stretch our arms. This is the last stretch until lunch, so I know the energies are low, but I'm gonna push the limit because this is why we're here. This is a summit based on solutions and working things. So, we're going to work together to push through until the end. And you know what? The checks are here. So, let's put a big round of applause like that, like I showed you guys. For the winner's announcement. Fantastic. Now, I will invite my dear friend, who is now my dear friend. Oh, he's already here. Look at that. He really knew that he was going to be needed for this mammoth of a task, which we can see. If I could have the checks, please. I will just hide them myself. So, if all the finalists could, at the end, please gather at the media wall for the big photo. And now, the moment that we've been all waiting for. I almost wanted like suspension music. Dum, 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 dum. I don't know, like, I feel it would be great to make that announcement for me if I had like suspense music to keep us all on edge. But hey, next year, I will definitely request that. So, now, to announce the South Africa Circular Plastics Economy Pitch Competition, which is powered by the UK South Africa Tech Hub, an initiative of the UK government, alongside Ocean Hub Africa, as well as Waterfront, is going to be the British Consul General Colin Lehman.
Thank you.
Colin, we're going to second place right now?
Yes.
Okay, a drum roll for second place, please.
Oh, wow. So obviously a really, really difficult decision for the judges, but second place runner-up goes to Andale from Akili.
So I'm going to be shameless with this one. After they take theirs, I also want to be in one of them. Definitely. I'm going to be right in the middle of that. There we go. There we go. And then I go in.
Bring that.
There we go. Yes, 100%. This is your check now. Just put it in Uber so that people don't think you have the money with you. Right. Now, my good sir, we shall announce first place, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's
and the really difficult decision of first place after a long discussion with the judges. First place goes to Johan from Litterboom.
Yes! And my moment to shine as well, please. Fabulous. Any closing remarks once more?
Well, I just want to say thank you to everybody that's been involved in this. The work of all the companies that you've put into your presentations, the work of all the other organisations that have been involved in putting on today's events, and the really difficult time the judges have had trying to listen, to understand, to ask questions, and to come to those decisions on winners and runner-ups. So thank you, everybody. And thanks to our great host.
Thank you. Oh, he's throwing my mic off. He's really trying to steal the show. Yeah, I don't know. Do I intimidate you, Colin? What's happening? I love you. Thank you so much, man. Right. I'm saddened to say this, but we have come to the end of day 2 of the summit. Whew. What a day. We can all pat ourselves on the back and head over to lunch. Then from lunch, there is beautiful workshops set up once more. If I can just run through the workshops to remind you, you already have, if you scan the back of your badge, you'll see the program. We have sustainable green solutions for green maritime transition, nature-based solutions, innovative finance, and then there's also like the B2B business matchmaking. There's also exhibitions. And then later on today, at the V&A Waterfront Amphitheatre, as part of the Ocean Race Village, there is some ocean impact films being showcased. So these films include people like Coding for Crayfish with Abalobi, The Black Mermaid with Zandile Ndlovu, and then The Air We Breathe with Loyiso Donga, and then from Akshata Meta is Rise and Kelp, South Africa's Golden Forest. Those two films will also be showcasing then. And obviously, I want to thank our platinum sponsors for making this conference possible. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about Ernst & Young Africa, as well as the V&A Waterfront, and then Schmidt Marine Technologies, as well as all the other partners in gold, as well as the session sponsors. You guys, all collectively, have helped make this day such a great success. Now, to end off, I want to give you this inspiration. We'll head over to West Africa in the 1970s, where a song came from the father of Afrobeat, Fela Kuti. And his song, he said, and this is Pidgin English, Nigerian Pidgin English, so great, good luck to me. I really need to work on my languages, don't I? Yeah, so if you want cook soup, a water you go use. If your child they grow, a water you go use. If water kill your child, a water you go use. Nothing without water. Water, you no get enemy. Water, as someone said here, is the next gold. And the oceans are all part of it. I remember in Cape Town when we had the crisis of day zero, we all scrambled around the oceans to find a solution. So I hope as you go on to this conference further, because unfortunately tomorrow I won't be joining you, but I will be joining other sessions throughout the conference. I will want you to go with ocean solutions in mind. Participate, collaborate, catalyze, create, collaborate. All of the things. And now, for my signature last comment. Yes. Okay.
Before the last comment, I would like for everyone to say thank you to Yonga for having been like an amazing host for the first 2 days. You've been amazing. You kept us awake, and thank you for that.
Yes, thank you so much. It is an absolute pleasure. I've had a whale of a time. Honestly, this has been the greatest honor of my entire life. Yes. And now, to remind you why pirates are called pirates. It's because they are, right? But I want to teach you guys how we do it with our grade 4s to grade 6s in all the primary schools that we go to. First, you put your pirate hand to the sky. So everyone with me? Pirate hand to the sky. And then you're going to cover your pirate eye and scream, "Arr!" Okay, I need a one from your gut. I see Henry's looking at his time, like, how long is this going to take? Okay, so hands up. Cover your pirate eye and scream, "Arr! Arr!" Thank you so much.
questions are impossible. Spinning, 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 spinning. You reached into space for me. Spinning, spinning, your questions are impossible, and all universe expands your footprint. Spinning, 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 spinning. You reached into space for me. Held my orbit evenly certain. Spinning, spinning, spinning. And when we go, going deep. When our spirit, galaxies and moonlights, and our universe expands your footprint. Spinning, 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 spinning. Your questions are impossible. Spinning, 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 spinning. You reached into space for me. Held my orbit evenly certain. Spinning, spinning, spinning. And when we go, going deep. When our spirit, galaxies and moonlights, and our universe expands your footprint. Spinning, 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 spinning. Your questions are impossible. Spinning, 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 pride. You're what I want inside me. Need to feel your touch. So fill me with your love. Put away my pride. You're what I want inside me. That's where I want to be. That's where I want to be.
Skellington, that's Negro music. Glen Underground, that's Negro music. Negro music. The Urban Airs, that's Negro music. Negro music. Negro music. We've got to keep the music alive. It's our heritage. It's in our souls. It's in our hearts. We got to keep it real. We got to keep it strong. And as I listen to the sound of the drum, I hear a song.
to switch them on.
Okay.
So whenever anyone wants to speak, you can hand them the other one. The video's at the back. No problem. No problem.
Yeah, no, best, I think. Maybe that's best.
I'll take my laptop with me. My roof, my hat, my bandana. Do you need some water? Should I bring it? You okay? I can. Should I take a bottle? You'll need it. You'll talk too much. Let me bring you one.
They say it doesn't matter whichever people prefer, but I can't shout for this whole room. Hi. Good. How are you?
I'm Lucy. I'm from the Ocean Race.
Hi.
Is it okay if we sit
Yeah,
here?
yeah. Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat.
Nice to sit here.
I'll shift up. I'll shift up.
The waterfront cedar boats. Some of them are out now. There's a pro-am happening, so they're just out bringing guests on board and stuff like that. So. Oh, it's been a long time. I feel like it was pre-pandemic that we held a call.
I don't think anybody's going to start this for us. I think we're going to have to start. Yeah.
Was cheap, was it was like just when the pandemic hit.
Wow.
That's sorry. Because there was like a whole conference, or what was it? We were starting the first summit conference online, and we were looking for.
That's what it was. That's right. Now I remember.
It was the Newport Summit, and we were doing the innovation section, and I was told to contact you.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's right.
that was it. And then you put me in contact with loads of people. Thank you so much for that. Yeah.
That's what I do.
You were the connector.
That's my job. That was technically my job.
Hi, I'm Erica. What are you doing this video? Amina, nice to meet you. Lucy.
And where have you based out of?
I'm from Kenya. I work for Kenya Marine Fisheries.
Oh, okay.
But I'm here as a developer of a carbon offset project. Koko Pamoja, maybe you've heard about it.
Yeah. Mark, my boss and myself are going to Kenya to Mombasa on late Monday to go and look at some of the fisheries and solutions and stuff.
Great.
Next week.
Is Mark here so now as well?
Mark is here. He's, I don't know, he left during lunch for a little bit and he's coming back, but he's going to be at the, what's the other one? One of the other workshops.
You're dividing and conquering.
Yeah, we were asked to divide and conquer too, but we usually try to do that anyways. He is at the Innovative Finance Solutions. Yeah, we kind of divvied it up, and yesterday I picked my pet project one, and today he picked his, so we went to the... So I did the innovation pipeline one, and he did small scale fisheries.
Surprise. Nice to meet you. So, and you said
Erica.
Oh, Schmidt Marine.
Okay, right.
Lucy from the Ocean Race.
Okay.
And I didn't catch your...
Ray, like the color.
Yeah.
With a company called Climate Neutral Group. We develop
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes. Everybody, yeah, clamoring for that. Well, I don't think it's more than projects too, right? You have to have all the validation stuff there to. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, all the measurements, all that stuff that to me is really interesting. all the innovation required to look at, how long does it last, how much do you need, what happens. I don't know. I'm not a good carbon credits person and stuff. The marketplace is a big one.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Nature-Based Solutions Blue Carbon Workshop. My name is Fathia Bodin. I'm from EY, and I'm one of the co-chairs today. We'll keep the discussion interactive and try and set the scene. I think the scene is probably set from the workshop that was held last year in September. There was a stakeholder workshop, and the principles and forward actions that was agreed then. I think at that time, people were saying that there's sort of no global consensus where nature-based solutions and blue carbon is concerned. But I think in the room we could probably agree that nature-based solutions or community-based natural resource management is not a new term. It's a term that's been around for quite some time. The term may previously have been used in terms of protecting conservation and the environment for communities for today and for tomorrow and for the future. I think today all we've done is just coined it as sustainability and blue carbon, but actually the concept has been around for many, many years, such as conservation areas, marine protected areas are protected already within legislation, even within South Africa. So we'll sort of use that as a basis to go forward. Amina is going to introduce herself as other chair.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Can I be heard? Okay, my name is Amina Juma. I'm the co-chair of this session today. And I work for a research institution called Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, where we are mandated to conduct research and advise the government on sustainable use of marine resources. But I come from a very active research group called the Blue Carbon Unit, where my work is geared towards mangrove ecosystem as one of the blue carbon ecosystem. I'm happy to be here today and to co-chair this session. And after a discussion with my sister Fathia here, we thought what will be a better way to start this session, but to see a working nature-based enterprise project. So we have a short video that we'll see. It's just a 5-minute video. The video is on carbon offset project found in coastal Kenya, in the south part of Kenya. Maybe many of you have heard about it, Mikoko Pamoja. It's basically a community-based project geared towards restoration and protection of mangrove ecosystem for the sale of carbon credits. And I think that will be an interesting and a good start for our session today, if you agree with me. So if you allow me, I think I'll ask our people back there to play the short video for us, and then we can start our discussion today.
Mikoko Pamoja is a pioneering mangrove conservation and village development project in Gazi Bay on the south coast of Kenya. Mikoko Pamoja means mangroves together, and that is exactly what is happening. Instead of cutting down mangroves, the villagers are protecting these blue forests. Mikoko Pamoja is a model for mangrove villages around the world. It's the first community project to use the sale of biocarbon credits from the mangrove ecosystem to bring conservation and development together. The sale of biocarbon credits not only funds the conservation efforts, but also creates jobs and pays for access to clean water and education. Mangroves are an essential part of vital marine ecosystems. They provide a breeding ground for fish and a buffer between the land and the sea. They protect seagrass meadows and coral reefs from silting. And they're a natural defence against sea storms and coastal erosion. But mangroves are in rapid decline globally. Local communities and people from further afield enter the communal forests to cut mangrove poles for timber. In Kenya, this has resulted in the destruction of 20% of mangroves over the last 30 years. This loss has resulted in the decline of fish stocks. Since villagers get almost all of their protein from fish, this hits hard. Flooding from sea storms has also increased. Through Mikoko Pamoja, the blue forests are now being protected and seen for their true value.
I've been chopping mangrove for 5 years, and I stopped after the coming of Mikoko Pamoja and discover and realize the importance of Mikoko Pamoja for the sake of the community development.
The project started in 2013, a joint initiative between the Gazi Bay villagers, volunteers from global NGOs and research institutions in Kenya and the UK. The project employs forest guards who are often based in a watchtower to deter cutting of the mangroves. Villagers go out to the 117 hectares of protected mangrove forest 4 times each year. This is to monitor growth and biodiversity in the forest. Trees are measured and key indicators of ecosystem health are checked, like crab numbers. Mikoko Pamoja is also a reforestation project.
Our activity today is planting. So we take the plants which we kept in the nursery, we transport them or we migrate them from one place to another place.
The carbon benefits from protecting and planting mangroves are substantial. Not only do mangroves retain carbon in their own biomass, they also lock it into the marine muds. More than 1,500 tons of carbon per hectare is stored beneath the forests. That's more than 8 times that of forests on land. Local people now have long-term security of protein from viable fisheries. Crops are protected and the coast is naturally defended against sea storms. The community decides how they want to spend the project income. Making sure each child has a school book has been an early priority, and the schools are now sending students onto high schools for the first time.
Mikoko Pamoja sincerely has done a lot to our school. Especially, for example, when you go to performance. Last year, the school broke the records because of the books we received donation from Mikoko Pamoja.
Pumps funded by Mikoko Pamoja also provide clean drinking water for several hundred children in the 2 primary schools in Gazi and Makongeni. 4,500 people in the wider community also benefit from clean drinking water, and people no longer carry water from afar. Jobs have been created for 2 forest guards and 1 project coordinator. The vision for Mikoko Pamoja is to ensure enough support is found to keep the project developing and to roll out the project as a flagship for other blue forest villages in Kenya and elsewhere. The first replication of the project is already underway at Vanga Blue Forest, close to Tanzania. Part of future development will be to include the seagrass meadows in the ecosystem's carbon credits. Local people, volunteers, NGOs, research institutions and individuals are coming together around this amazing project, funding conservation and development through action on carbon footprints. Mikoko Pamoja biocarbon credits are available through the charities ACES and Plan Vivo.
Okay, thank you. You can switch it off now. So I think that can be a very good start for our discussion this evening. Mikoko Pamoja is one of the nature-based enterprise that I'm very proud of. I'm one of the developers of Mikoko Pamoja, and it's working towards conserving one of the blue carbon ecosystem that we know that is mangrove, apart from seagrasses and salt marshes. So I think that can be a start to our discussion today, what opportunities are there in terms of blue carbon and nature-based enterprises, what are the challenges that we are foreseeing, and what needs to be done to improve blue carbon ecosystem and nature-based enterprises. So I welcome you all. I don't know if the seating is good enough or we can have a roundtable discussion, but you are welcome for this, to this discussion on blue carbon and nature-based enterprises. Yes, what's here? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Graham McGuire. I'm the Carbon Project Manager at Climate Neutral Group South Africa. We have quite a strong focus on nature-based solutions and the generation of carbon credits from that. No blue carbon projects as of yet, but it's one of the areas that we are actively trying to work more in. So we're an active part of the Sustainable Finance Coalition, which focuses on sustainable landscapes and marinescapes as well. So yeah, we're very much learning in this conversation as well.
Thanks very much for that introduction. My name's Lucy Hunt. I'm working with the Ocean Race. It's a round-the-world sailing race. We're currently in Cape Town at the moment, so do come down to the waterfront and see the boats. Why is an Ocean Race talking or interested in blue carbon? We have a very big Racing with Purpose program in which we talk about nature-based solutions, highlighting nature-based solutions, and also very much how the ocean is a hero in climate change. And you'll see in one of our sustainability interactions down at the Race Village on Jetty 2, we talk very much about blue carbon and seagrass as a hero in climate. So that's it from me.
Hi, my name's Erica. I'm with Schmidt Marine Technology Partners, and we find and fund early stage ocean technology with some solutions towards sustainability. We're very interested in nature-based solutions. We look at it through the lens of types of tools and technologies that we can enable to help these nature-based solutions. So that's everything from types of sensors that help us with validation of the carbon, how well things are growing, what the environment looks like in those regions, in addition to types of technologies that assist with automation in planting eelgrass or coral. And so we look at it from quite a broad spectrum, but all with the goal for these solutions.
There was a hand there. I don't like this sitting position. It doesn't look like a workshop, but rather like, and we need to share thoughts on the opportunities that are there, the challenges that are there. Is there anyone with another outstanding example in terms of nature-based enterprises that has worked well? And it's not only on mangrove as a blue carbon, maybe on another blue carbon ecosystem, so maybe salt marsh, or seagrasses. Yeah, I know Mikoko Pamoja is the first carbon offset project in the world in the mangrove, in terms of mangrove. And with the success of Mikoko Pamoja, we've been able to replicate it in other areas. So we have another, Mikoko Pamoja is working towards conserving only 117 hectares of mangrove. And that's yield about 3,000 tons of carbon dioxide per year, and we sell our carbon credits to the voluntary carbon market. So because of that success, we were able to get fundings from and replicate it to another area, which is further south of Kenya, called the Blue Forest Project, which is still on mangrove ecosystem. And now we are looking into going to our bigger mangrove area in Kenya called Lamu, which has 62% of the mangrove forest. And we want to develop a 10 times Mikoko Pamoja in that area. So those are some of the examples. And I would like to hear some of the opportunities that are there, some of the challenges, some of the needs in terms of nature-based enterprises and blue carbon, and some of examples in some other areas. And yeah, I think that's the best way to go. Or if anyone has another suggestion, I don't know. Fatima?
I'd be happy
Yes, please.
Yeah, so just as I mentioned, we haven't initiated any blue carbon projects in South Africa as of yet. And some of the reasons why we haven't done that, well, there's a few, and one of them is scale. So, I mean, 117 hectares and 3,000 tons per year, unless you have a hell of a good price, it's difficult to be able to successfully fund, the types of conservation work that really needs to go into it. So, as part of, we're also the chair of the Carbon Hub for the Sustainable Finance Coalition. So we've been working with a range of different stakeholders, and we also have the person who developed the Blue Carbon Strategy for the National Department of Environmental Affairs, well, Forestry and Fisheries nowadays. She's part of our staff as well. And one of the things that we found is that certainly, through engagements with groups like Wild Oceans Trust, who are very active within the mangrove space in South Africa, we are really struggling to try and find that scale. So ordinarily, with the types of projects that we do get involved in from a nature-based solutions perspective, we're looking for projects that have got significant scale, because the actual project development prices on blue carbon are significant. So, I mean, a conventional, and obviously, I think if you haven't seen some of the controversy going around in the media recently, particularly on nature-based solutions and carbon credit generation thereof, then you must have not been looking at the media very hard. So there's been, John Oliver went out, he did a special lambasting of one of the Nature Conservancy's carbon projects, which I thought was quite spurious. It's one project out of many thousands around the world. But, the decent criticisms, the article that came out in The Guardian very recently, I think, was much more problematic, because that was really terrible journalism based on bad science. But these things stick in the eyes of the media, and what it does is it also has a negative impact on pricing. So if you look at the pricing on nature-based solutions, the average price on a nature-based solution last year was, I think, $8.95. So, and certainly there are some environments that are worth considerably more than that. We concluded the sale now of our first issuance from our carbon farming program, working with moving farmers over from conventional to regenerative agriculture. We've sold all of those credits at $21 a ton, and there have been some issuances that can get up to $40 a ton, but at 3,000 tons per annum and even at $40 a ton, in terms of being able to finance the scale of operations that are required in order to be able to protect an area, it takes a lot bigger budget than that. So you really need to look at being able to blend finance sources. That's, I think, another key one, and I really want to ask you, I saw that you had some Norwegian funding from the look of the T-shirts of the people that were busy doing the work. So I'm guessing that there was some grant funding in developing that sort of blended finance approach, I think is one absolutely critical element. And then another element in there is also being able to generate alternative livelihoods out of the environments as well. So what can you do as a commercial activity within the types of communities that are interested in affected parties that can help them to be able to generate some form of revenue? Because if you have, 117 hectares and 3,000 tons of carbon split amongst the amount of people that can live in 117 hectares doesn't go very far. So being able to get in the additional forms of revenue so that people can become actively engaged in the financial viability of an alternative business model to what it was that they were doing before, I think is very key. So that's, I think, one big one. Another one that we find, like in South Africa as well, is that actually, particularly in the South African circumstance, we actually have more mangroves now than we did 20 years ago. And the reason why we've done that, the reason why we have more mangroves now in South Africa, is because of the fact that as a result of, I think it's the Richards Bay Harbor, essentially the massive just environmental negligence that was shown when they built the place, they ended up flooding a major section of the river that was up above it and created a whole new ecosystem for mangroves, which expanded the total mangrove, so this is one of those cases of environmental impact that yielded some totally unintended positive mangrove outcomes. So I think that kind of thing is also an issue. Is very often what happens is that the types of entities that are having impacts on these type of landscapes or marinescapes, as the case is, are very much sort of acting with impunity. So even though, for example, the people who are developing are the main areas that impact on mangroves in South Africa, which is our ports, that's Portsnet, that's a state subsidiary. This is in KwaZulu-Natal. KwaZulu-Natal is one of 2 provinces that have biodiversity offset standards in place. They don't care. And they're certainly not going to abide by any of this thing. And if they were challenged legally, then they could just say, okay, well, we have offset into this area over here. And then lastly, just to look at something like salt marshes, for example. So salt marshes have got a considerable carbon potential, as we know, and it is something, so mangroves and salt marshes have got carbon methodologies, but there are only really 4 blue carbon methodologies that are in operation currently, and one of them is kind of a maybe, that's the VM007, that's a REDD+ methodology. They are developing a new one around blue kelp, kelp carbon, which is still very much under development. I don't really know what's happening with that. That's happening under Vera. So, you're kind of limited in terms of what's achievable. And things like salt marshes can have a significant role to play, but very often they are commercially developed zones already. So there are, in a lot of cases, the salt marshes actually get converted over to salt flats. And that has been, we've used that in Velddrift, we used that in Port Elizabeth. And there has been some investigation, particularly when it comes to the Port Elizabeth facility at Kucha, where essentially as a result of crime, that whole, the Cerebos factory that was making use of it got shut down. But is the amount of carbon that can be generated through this sufficient in order to be able to pay for the rehabilitation of the entire area and the decommissioning of the facility? So I just think those are some of the key questions that we're having to deal with.
Okay, maybe I could address a few in regards to the example of Mikoko Pamoja. In terms of scale, I totally agree with you. But in the case of mangrove ecosystem and Mikoko Pamoja, we chose to protect only 117 hectares, but the area has over 700 hectares, and the system has so many users, you understand? So we cannot protect the whole system because there are people depending on the forest for various reasons, for the wood, as fuel, fisheries, and many other aspects. And the area that we say is under total protection, we need to ensure that there's no cutting in that area. So saying that we would like to go on a bigger scale, but it's not possible when it comes to many users that are involved there. That's why the community, together with the government institutions that were involved in the development of the project, agreed to the 117 hectares out of the 700 hectares. And that makes sense because we leave the other areas for other users, because this area is under total protection, and so we cannot take the whole area. And the next area that I was talking about on the Vanga Blue Forest project, the second to Mikoko Pamoja, we are protecting like 415. That's also a certain percent to the total area in that place. And yeah, as you said, we'd like to go on a bigger scale, but it's not possible when the resource has several users, and most of this blue carbon ecosystem are like that, yeah? But, and then you talk about the price might be very little. We are only selling 3,000 tons of carbon dioxide per year at a rate of maybe $8 per ton. So the community is getting about $18,000 per year, and this is a community of about over 5,000 people. So when you look at it in terms of monetary value and divide it to the number of community, you won't appreciate the effort that the project is bringing. But when we go with this project, we try to talk about the other benefits that they come with conservation of this blue carbon ecosystem. And we have two most important benefits. That is the climate change mitigation, because we know this blue carbon ecosystem sequester more carbon than any other coastal forest, for instance. So their contribution to fisheries and other biodiversity. So these are some of the important elements we bring out to show the community the importance of conserving this ecosystem rather than the monetary value. And this money goes to the community at large. When we talk about carbon offset project, for example, the voluntary carbon market, the use of the money has to be agreed by the total community at large. So it doesn't get to be divided among the community members, but will target projects that have significant impacts to the community at large. And in the case of Mikoko Pamoja, for instance, and the Blue Carbon Project, when we channel this money to the education system, for example, buying school books for the local schools around which don't have school, but renovating classroom. Every community member takes their kids to that school, so they benefit in one way or another in that area. So when we advocate for blue carbon ecosystem or conservation of blue carbon ecosystem, or and in terms of sale of carbon credit, I think the monetary aspect shouldn't be a bigger concern as such, although, yeah, it should be something that will move conservation further, but we look at the other impacts that comes with the conservation, that is climate change mitigation, which is very important and very key when we talk about blue carbon ecosystem, and also the contribution to biodiversity and many other. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, this is just I just wanted to focus in on like the one, well, actually two elements. The one was the grant funding, and then the other one was alternative livelihoods as well.
So for the case of Mikoko Pamoja, once the money comes into the account, a certain, almost 32% goes to the conservation aspect. The project activities are restoration and conservation of the mangrove ecosystem, creating awareness on the importance of this ecosystem, forest surveillance to ensure that there's no cutting, and of course supporting other alternative livelihood in the village. For example, we have an ecotourism activity in the mangrove area that is being supported by Mikoko Pamoja in this case, and some of this money also, 32% so goes to the project activities, that is restoration and conservation. So we pay local community who do surveillance in the area, and also during restoration activity, we hire people from the community. So it's like an income also to the community. And another huge percent, that is 36%, is channeled back to projects in the village. So social projects, like for example, education, water and sanitation system, among others. Another thing about carbon offset project, apart from additionality, we need to ensure that there's no leakage. So we are conserving about 117 hectares. So we mean here that there are some users that were using this forest. So if we are conserving this, we need to find an alternative for the 117 hectares. For the case of Mikoko Pamoja and Vanga Blue Forest Project, we do like fast-growing species in private lands and also in schools, where the locals can go for an alternative source of wood. So that's one thing that we do in terms of reducing leakage in the area. So, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Ayubu Michelle Sengoye. I'm from the Nature Conservancy. Yeah, I have a question. How do you implement during the process of rehabilitating when you're planting the mangrove? It's like you're paying the people to do it, or there is like a special community committee in the villages, like having particular number of people who are involved, or you're doing like a public announcement so that like more people from the village could participate Are you compensating them maybe like with drinks or some allowance to go to do it? Or you're just telling them, you make them aware how important is planting the mangrove so that it has so many benefits for the environment, but for themselves, for the present and future generation. My concern is how do you make the community part of the project? Or it's like it belongs to a few people, the ones who are going to be masterminder of this carbon credit when money comes. Because I have experience in the southern part of Tanzania where we're doing mangrove rehabilitation. It was very easy mobilizing people because we're working with the government as the partner who are dealing with the mangrove. So the idea is not to pay them, but to make them aware that this is you're protecting your own environment. But also, then we are trying to give incentive in terms of having an extra economic livelihood like beekeeping. Because the beekeeping has two benefits. It protects the mangrove because when you install the beehives in the mangrove, people will be scared of the bees because when they want to cut the mangrove, they think the bees will bite them, but also, so you maintain the mangrove protected. But at the end of the day, they're going to harvest the honey, they're going to sell. I want to get your insight on how you do it. And because I'm looking at the sustainability, because it's like, if it's a group of people thing, you see, and because if few people have information of the benefits of this carbon thing, and it's like they're doing it, they're owning it. But if the community, because we are protecting mangrove not because of the carbon benefit, because it's nature, as you said, the mangrove they're doing biofiltration. The mangrove is life. There's a lot of biodiversity life, aquatic life there, fish species, fin fish, arthropods. There are a lot of life found in the mangrove. But erosion, you see. So how do we involve because I'm looking at the sustainability, because our main concern is nature. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. The success of Mikoko Pamoja has been because of a strong community commitment. Like in the 117 hectares of mangrove that we are protecting, 107 is a natural forest and 10 hectares is a reforested area by community with the help of Kemfria Institute. So mangrove reforestation started way back even before the coming up of Mikoko Pamoja. So we used to do creating awareness with the community on the importance of mangrove and involving them in restoration. So with that, another thing is that the Gazi Bay community are mostly fisher folks. So they've seen the contribution of mangroves to the fisheries. If you talk to a local fisherman in Gazi, he will tell you the kind of fish that he's catching now and the 10 years ago before replanting some areas of mangrove. They'll talk in that perspective. So they've seen it with the fish, the amount of fish catch they're getting from the ecosystem. So it has been easier because there are things that you can show to the community, the impact that comes with a restoration of mangrove or cutting down of mangrove. Another thing, we have a huge area that has been affected, that was cleared in 1989, and so there has been some sedimentation, and then, you know, after the mangrove, the next like plantation that comes after the mangrove is coconut trees, and this is like a staple food for the community. So these trees are falling down because of the impact of the cutting of mangrove. So there are some things that the community is seeing from the impact, and it has been easier to create awareness with examples from what has been around. And in terms of restoration activity, we do all that, what you say, we create awareness, and we cannot say that the project pay them an amount that is sufficient to make them stay in the project, but we give them like still from the carbon credit money when they come and spend their time in reforestation. But before, there were no payments. It was all through volunteer work. But now we have money that we can give them. It's not much, but enough to keep people into the project. But I would say that reforestation part has been a very big challenge with the Mikoko Pamoja project. So when coming up with this project, you have to like design a project idea note saying all the kind of the activity you'll be doing. So we'll be like, for instance, in the case of Mikoko Pamoja, we mentioned that we'll be protecting 117 hectares. You have to show where this area, you cannot just say here and then when somebody comes to verify the project, you take him to another area. So it's a mapped place. And even for reforestation, we have to identify an area. So we identified that area that was cut in 1989 as a reforestation site. So that was in our project. But it has been a challenge to reforestate that area because we have so many mortality rates in the area because of high sedimentation. So the system has totally changed. So we are not getting money from the reforestation part, but rather from the avoided deforestation that we are getting from, we are protecting the money. So these are some of the challenges. And with Mikoko Pamoja, it has been participatory. So even in deciding what kind of projects are to be funded by the credit, money from the credits, it's usually on an open meeting with the village. So we call for a village, we call them barazas, yeah, just our village meetings. And everyone gets to vote on what the money should go to. So for the first year, they say, yeah, we need books for our school kids, you know. The women are taking a lot of time walking to fetch water. So I think this, and then we have like 3 categories of project, and we have like a committee that sits and choose which one should be prioritized at that particular time. So a lot of awareness creation on the importance. I know it's so difficult. It has not been easy, but with the time and with examples, we are able to create that awareness, and that's the reason also we are able to replicate Mikoko Pamoja to other areas, because the Vanga community, for instance, came and saw what Mikoko Pamoja is doing, the benefit they are getting from the credits, and how the community is working, and asked for an extension to that. Yeah, I forgot to mention, yeah, it's very expensive. It's a very expensive thing to develop such a project. It hasn't been easy. It involved a lot of in-kind. Another one thing that has made Mikoko Pamoja a success is because of the strong science. We work very close with the community, so we provide a lot of in-kind, and we've been lucky enough to get a lot of funding to support. And it's not one project. Somebody asked me the other day, how much did it cost to come up with a carbon offset project? For sure, until I think that's an area too, but it's a lot of money because a lot of in-kind has been involved, a lot of science for the baseline study to be able to account for the carbon in that particular forest for the 117 hectares. But we take advantage, like when we have students coming to our institute to work. So those are some of the research topics we give them, and in regards we get data for our project. So we look for ways in which to maneuver. But I agree with you, it's very expensive. If you want to equate the funds, the amount that is being received at now and what went through developing the project is quite expensive. So, yeah.
The issue of gender, because, yeah, gender, because I know in the coast of Eastern, Western Indian Ocean region,
yeah.
I know the value of women participation. I know most of the women in the coast, once they are given opportunity, they are doing a lot with passion. It's different from the men in the coast. You see, what's your approach in this project? Because I know when women are in gender inclusion, it's part of any project in the coast. From my experience, it's successful because women like seaweed farming, even this Mikoko thing, anything, because women are the community. But also the issue of gender inclusion is beyond that. I know you understand when I say gender. It's about giving them capacity in many aspects, leadership, not only in the projects itself, but also in the village, empowering them, showing them the ability they can do it, because like their culture did not give them opportunity, you understand? So how do you integrate gender issues with this project, which I see it as very fundamental?
Okay, for our case, like for instance, for the Mikoko Pamoja project, I didn't mention that we have like a committee that foresee the management of the project. And this committee has 40% representation of women. We ensure that 40% are women. And so that's how we try to ensure that women are involved in this activity. But to say for the conservation activity, I think you'll all agree with me, women are more involved in the conservation. Even when we call for the reforestation activity, you'll see a bigger turn up of women than men. So in terms of gender, I think Mikoko Pamoja is well represented with women, because 40% of the committee are women, and so they have the chance to make decisions for the women. I think, and that's why most of the projects that have been funded with the credits are almost linked to women. Like for instance, the water project, women used to walk kilometers to fetch for water. So we piped water, and we bought tanks for the community through the fundings. And so now women spend less time looking for water, and that shows you how the representation in the decision making is, because a lot of women are involved in that. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. That was really helpful. I wanted to ask, the gentleman on the panel mentioned different prices, some projects going for higher prices than others. If you could just maybe explain what is the kind of criteria for pricing certain projects more highly than others. And then also, you mentioned now with Mikoko Pamoja that there's a specific portion of mangroves that are protected, cannot be touched, and then the others you've left for the community because they use it for various reasons. One of them was firewood, and I wanted to understand do you think if there was an investment into alternative fuel, that would decrease the dependence on those mangroves as well? Because for me, nature-based solutions is not always about contributing to a carbon market. There's inherent value in nature-based solutions beyond the financial gain that can come of it. So whenever you can decrease dependence, it's a win-win. So maybe when we think about like the way that we finance nature-based solutions, that blended financing should include sending money into the activities that would decrease pressure from those natural systems. So yes, and you get carbon credits from those as well. So I mean, you can, it becomes the way that I think of what's happening with mangrove or any other nature-based solution is that when you do your mapping and your concept notes, there's areas for a lot of strategic planning in the way that you would utilize the area itself and the people's own capabilities to kind of generate income over and above just the carbon credits. So I was thinking about maybe we could all maybe ideate on what are the creative ways of generating income beyond carbon credits. I think let's start with those, and then because there's just like so many things that I would be interested. Oh, and then it was like when the community gets that $18,000 in a year, and they say they want maybe a well or they want school books, etc. Of course, it's important that they define what they want. But I was wondering, do you ever find that there's space to influence the conversation towards perhaps if we invested in this year, if in these 5 years we've invested in ABCD, what about if in this year we invested in a particular community-led financial something, whether it's like, it depends on what the natural resources are. So maybe you're selling seaweed products, which is what some communities is doing, but you're doing it as like now an intentional maybe export. I don't know. I'm just trying to understand, is there space to start thinking about projects that are actually income generating? Not that the other ones are not important. Obviously, education, healthcare, etc. is super important, but then you need to think about sustaining the income more broadly so that it can continuously fund education and all of those things. So I'm wondering how those conversations go in the baraza. Yeah.
I give you for the prize.
Before we start that, who are you?
My name is Samke Mguni. I am a TECA fellow and a co-founder of Registry. So Registry is wanting to come into mangrove restoration, but the way we were looking at it is the monitoring of mangrove restoration projects can be done by the community members themselves, and we can give them some tools, tech enablement, allow them to understand, how to use satellite imagery, and as a way of demonstrating how much is being reforested, use machine learning, use a number of digital tools, because TECA is catalyzing tech skills in climate action. So that's where we're coming from. But I also want to understand where where Mikoko Pamoja is, where you're going, because it influences how we would implement our solution and whether it's viable, whether it's needed. And, for me, also, there has to be a financial model, of course. So I want to understand also, how do nature-based solutions start becoming increasingly financially sustainable? Yeah.
Okay, maybe as we give time for others to think of what to add, and maybe to the comments that my sister has raised, I could mention something about alternative sources of, for instance, fuel wood. In our case, we've been distributing energy-saving stoves, so we got fundings to get, and we bought some energy-saving stove that we distributed to the communities around Mikoko Pamoja project. And so with the energy-saving stove, that has seen the reduction in the number of fuel would use, for example, in certain houses. So those are some of the ways we are trying, because it's very difficult to stop something that someone has been using for a long time and just come in and say, no, we can't use mangrove wood for fuel wood, but to look for alternatives. So use of energy saving stove, that see that people are using less wood than what they can use in a normal 3-stone jiko. That's something that we've introduced in the Mikoko Pamoja areas, and we are looking into introducing that in other areas that are community are dependent on mangrove wood for fuel wood. Because one thing, when you tell a community, okay, we've been doing Casuarina plantation to use that, people will still prefer mangrove wood because of its high calorific energy. It takes them less time. It ignites so fast. So it's not easy to tell somebody to stop using mangrove, but rather we look for certain ways in which they can reduce. And the use of energy-saving stove is one of the way. In terms of alternative livelihood activity, it's so interesting when you come to this local baraza, there has been issues and people are planning for the money before even it comes in, They have a problem at hand and they say, next year, the funding of carbon credits, we take it to the hospital. We don't have seats in the hospital. We go there, we stand. You see, people are planning for things that even before. So we are in 8th year of receiving 2013 to now, receiving funds. So we hope in future we can, we get time because we participate in such barazas. We have people from the government offices, the managers of mangrove ecosystem, for the Kenyans, Kenya Forest Service participate in that. Researchers like us, we do participate. And we tend to play low, but when ideas come, we try to influence such ideas. But you'll see there are so many issues at hand that you cannot even dare direct those funding to something else. Maybe with the continuing of the project, those are some of the things that we can look at. So, but I think that's why we have this meeting today, to come up with the other nature-based enterprises or livelihood activities that can be done to ensure that this blue carbon ecosystem are conserved. Yeah.
Still want to answer this question. So a few things on this. I mean, just in terms of pricing, I don't have 2022 pricing yet. They're still busy processing. But to give you an idea, this is now average prices for forestry and land use credits in 2021. The average price was $5.80. Renewable energy, $2.26. Chemical industrial processes, $3.12. Waste disposal, $3.62. Energy efficiency fuel switching, $1.99. Household community devices, so these cook stoves that she's talking about, $5.36. Transportation, $1.16. And agriculture, $8.81. It's not a lot of money. And this is one of the reasons why, you know, you're asking what's the business model in this situation. Our approach, well, and certainly like the approach that we apply in the Sustainable Finance Coalition, which is the same approach that I put forward in my master's research many years ago, is essentially creating layered income streams. Number one, so that is being able to look at, for a particular landscape, taking a landscape level approach, you're going to have elements of the funding requirements that are going to be straight grant finance. And you need to recognize that. And that can come in form of, you know, from DFIs that can give you grant, you know, an adaptation fund, bam, you can make an application to that kind of thing. Or it can come in the form of an in-kind activity. So in South Africa, we'd have things like working on water, working on fire, land care activities, so on and so forth. That's a subsidized system that you can use in order to be able to help to drive your program, or the expanded public works program. You know, these programs are in place, and I think, and it's a big shame because Veronica Mukasa was here from Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, my former colleague, and you know, that is the kind of link that you can create where you can start to tie into non-traditional forms of revenue. So, for example, what we had in the past was the Green Outcomes Fund, which is now in operation. Basically, what they're doing is that they were pooling private finance, so specifics of venture capital, enterprise, and enterprise development capital as well, to an extent, enterprise and supply development funding, to come together and identify bankable projects, and then supplement it with an outcomes-based grant from the Jobs Fund. So as you're creating livelihoods and jobs, you are then also essentially tapping into an outcomes-based bond from the Jobs Fund. And that kind of approach, this layering approach, is absolutely critical. Then you also, so this is where you're blending your finance in the middle, and then obviously you have your straight-up commercial activities. So I don't know if anybody saw the in Business Day today, there was an article in there about Sasol's move towards sustainable aviation fuel. Now, it drives me absolutely mad, because when I was at Western Cape Government, I was the Green Economy Coordinator in Environmental Affairs and Development Planning for 4 years. And in this Ecological Infrastructure Investment Framework program that I was driving the commercial component of, one of the things that we wanted to see, because we were coming out of the drought, we knew that the cheapest way to be able to free up new water resources was to take aliens out of our catchment management zones. So we went and we invested a huge amount of time and energy in terms of identifying what were the most commercially viable areas that we could physically access that were inside our strategic catchment management areas, right? But now we need an off-taker for that, and we organized quite a few businesses around that. But the big one that we were really hoping to achieve was tapping into PetroSA, because they were going to mothball for their facilities, and we had a buyer in the EU, and we had 27 million rands worth of grant funding from the EU in order to be able to go in and develop a pilot so that we could channel our alien biomass offtake through to PetroSA, convert it into sustainable aviation fuel, and ship it out to the EU, where we'd get 3 times the price of conventional aviation fuel. It's a bit of a shame that we couldn't sell it here, but whatever. The point of the story being is that taking this larger landscape level approach, aligning it with people who have strategic interests within that landscape, or marinescape in this case, is critical, and then being able to expand it into a broader programmatic approach. So in my case, like if we were looking at this project, we would look at it in terms of, okay, you've got this Blue Forest project of 415 hectares. Further to the north, you've got Lamu. Further to the south, you've got other opportunities further down the coastline in Tanzania and in northern Mozambique. And believe it or not, there are actually people who are even prepared to invest in northern Mozambique, even with the ISIS insurgency in the area currently. I'm talking to a company about this at the moment. So being able to develop these things into a broader programmatic approach allows you to be able to achieve the scale so that you can get past some of the costs involved. To give you an idea, just the auditing costs for, if we were to apply for an auditor to come in and to audit this this activity, just the auditing costs that we would expect on a project like this would probably be about $50,000 US. That's just our auditing costs. That's none of our time at all. That's none of travel expenses to come out do the audit. That's nothing. That is literally just to do the audit. You got it the wrong way around. Wrong way around. What should be happening, the data requirements cannot become less. Otherwise, the integrity of the credits becomes less. However, what should be happening is that UNFCCC level, they should be subsidizing projects within communal areas so that the communities are able to achieve the project outcomes without having to carry the cost issues.
I guess just one comment is, so have not necessarily been involved in any blue carbon projects, but programs that Gray was talking about, I led them from an environment and cultural sector at Environmental Affairs and Tourism. You know, so those were all from a public works, and at that time it was labor-intensive job creation, right? And you had the same kind of community issues and cost issues, and about trying to translate the difference between someone actually eating tonight and you saving a wetland, you know. You're not going to be able to translate that to someone, you know, in terms of a wetland is more important than my family eating or my children going to school, you know. And it's about trying to bring those two things together, you know. And the same as what he was saying is that, you know, in terms of entities being able to do that, maybe one of the things that can be looked at is in terms of those programs that are typically funded by government, land care, working for fire, working on wetlands, expanded public works program, have all got a conservation end game. They all have a conservation end game. There's a reason they are there. There's a reason they are funded by government and not funded by private, is that find a way of having them count towards blue carbon ecosystems, you know, find a way of having those being brought into the system, and in that way the costs of auditing those projects could be brought down, because the same department that's funding those projects is the same department that's setting up the carbon crediting system and you know, the policies and stuff. It's the same department. You know, and it's about trying to find a way where their policy objectives and policy imperatives maybe should start talking to one another, you know.
Certainly they're doing M&E on the funding.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mhando Waziri. I come from Tanzania. I'm working on one of the NGO called Milele Zanzibar Foundation. And I would like to contribute some things based on Madam Amina, which mentioned opportunity, challenge, as well as what can be done at the solution. So I would like to contribute a little bit on that case. Our organization is not much based on mangrove conservation, but we have some kind of element which we are doing it based on we are dealing with blue economy, and in blue economy we're just focusing for few aspects of seaweed. So we experienced some kind of challenges after capacitating these seaweed farmers on seaweed farmings. Now they turn to mangroves and they cut them to make seaweed farming. So after that, there's a local organization over there which is we call the Community Forest Organization. That's the organization which focuses on preserving these mangroves. So that's the point which we decided to introduce the element of mangroves conservation, because seaweed farmers done in that case. So in that regard, one of the opportunities which we have seen in this mangroves conservation is to introduce aquaculture tourism, something like that. And we start doing seaweed farming, but one of the small groups organize themselves and they come with the project of conserving this mangroves area. So we try also to support them to some financial aspect and the other skills. So they managed to preserve about 5 hectares of the coast of mangroves. So after that initiation, also other groups comes around those areas and being very impressed to preserve those mangroves. But You see, as also we have seen, that mangroves is very essential for as a source of fuel, like charcoals, so something like that. So a big conflict arising there. So after having this kind of opportunity, so many people, especially those who were using those charcoal, I mean, in mangroves to turn it into charcoals, so they're shifting from that bad use of those mangoes. They come into preserving these mangoes, but by having this idea of aquaculture tourism around the coastal area. So in this way, also we succeed a lot to preserve around those up to now around 10 hectares of mangroves coastals. So in this, what I would like to share is other opportunity in mangroves like aquaculture tourism. So we can do that, I think. But the challenges is for seaweed farmers, still they depend more on these mangroves. And I'm sure this is not especially for our area. I think even for other area, because most of these seaweed farmers, they don't want to think bigger. You see, what they focus, they just say, oh, I need this kind of stick to cultivate or to make seaweed farming. So you just take mangroves and make seaweed, without seeing that the importance of preserving those mangoes. So we try, and we are on the process also now, and I think this is a big challenge that to make this seaweed farmer to move away from using these mangroves. And one of the technique, I think, which you can be maybe improve well, and this moving this seaweed farmer from this bad technique of using mangoes toward the floating. There is some kind of what called the technique called floating method cultivation of seaweed. So some farmers also we try to train them to this another technique, and they do better, and that's come as a solution of preserving this kind of mangroves. But this organization, which I say, Community Forests, is the one who have more statistical data on this mangroves conservation. So I would like to contribute a little bit on that aspect. Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question before we go on? What do they use the seaweed for?
What?
What do the farmers use the seaweed for?
Farmers?
The guys that are clearing the mangroves to grow seaweed, they are seaweed farmers, yeah?
Yes, yes.
What are they using the seaweed for?
I don't.
The seaweed, they're
Yes.
growing seaweed.
Yes.
Just for fun?
No. They are growing seaweed as a business. Yes. Yes.
What are they using it for?
That's mangroves.
What products are being produced?
Oh, they are growing the seaweed as a source of livelihood, as a source of income. Yes. How? Oh, it's for export. Most of them for export, and only a small percent is just for value addition. Yes.
Someone is paying money for that seaweed. For what reason?
Yes.
For what reason? Exporting.
For exporting.
Yes, I understand.
Yes.
To make gelatin. To make gelatin. Yeah.
Biochemical agar, which is used in most of the microbiological laboratory. That's the main encouraging value. That's the main thing why most of the people are taking it to China and Europe. That's the main. But also, there's a lot of use they're doing cosmetics. Some are producing juices. But the main thing is used in the microbiological laboratory. At the main area where they're doing the research, they're researching on diseases. That's the main thing as a medium for the migration of the bacteria and these germs where to research what kind of disease causing the problem.
Right. So the question is, in your case, is they're probably not servicing. And there are a whole bunch of other applications as well, so you can, seaweed is one of the primary bases for the use of bioinoculants that get used in fertilizers for agriculture. You can use it as a protein-based salt lick, which is something that improves the internal enteric bioenzymes that can improve feed conversion ratios in cattle. So there are many, many, many different uses. Cosmetics, there's the microbiological elements in there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Some of them are, you have the potential in order to be able to integrate from a beneficiation perspective domestically. Some of them require levels of technology that are not available domestically. Some of them can compete with other, can become essentially import market competitors, so that you're in a position where it is that you can, if there is an existing market within the country, so import substitution for a particular type of product that you can generate from seaweed, there is the potential to be able to beneficiate the product itself, and obviously then add on additional revenue for sustainable production. So this is why I ask, what are they using it for? And it seems to me that there needs to be a little bit of unpacking of that particular question. But anyway, I just wanted to know that one thing. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I think we've gotten a good opportunity, and also some of the challenges that comes with conservation. If we can have more input from you guys, yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Danny Washington. I'm here with the Ocean Race alongside my colleague Lucy, who just stepped out. But I host a series of summits with the Ocean Race where we are traveling around the world with this sporting event. Cape Town is the third stopover. We're currently here. That's why we're here. But anyway, I bring that up because the summits are a place, a forum where we can bring together policymakers, scientists, activists, and youth, advocates to talk about ocean rights and what does that look like. And blue carbon is obviously a very big part of that concept. One of our previous summits, we hosted the lead person of the science group of the Blue Carbon Initiative. Is anyone familiar with that group, the Blue Carbon Initiative? Yes, okay. I was just curious to know how much involvement they've contributed to all the projects, especially your project in Kenya, and then also to just suggest this other company that I've been in contact with in the US. I'm originally from Miami, but there's a company called Sea Trees that has kind of democratized the way that people can invest in blue carbon on an individual level. So not from a government standpoint or a private investment, but from individual human beings giving money to plant sea trees, whether it's mangrove forest, kelp forest, salt marshes, and also coral restoration. So a little bit, within the whole blue carbon sector. Has anyone else been a part of that type of business model? And have you had any success with that? And I just want to find out feedback, because I'm in a bit of a silo as an American, understanding where we are internationally with other blue carbon projects and how they're being financed.
So no success yet, but one of the things that we had a conversation that literally just came up in a social setting was a gaming company was investing their proceeds from their games, literally like whatever wins they get, into specifically small-scale community-led blue carbon projects. It was just like something very niche. They just had a conversation like, as gamers, we really want to support the carbon market and get into that and any projects there, but they didn't want to get involved in the science of it. And so it was really just kind of philanthropy almost. So I think that's another way that we could tap into, and I think it only works when people are on ventures or like businesses, because obviously government would want to go a particular regulated route to get money into projects. But if you're a business, you're a bit more flexible in how you can access different income streams. But yeah, I will definitely be looking up Sea Trees. Thank you.
Yeah, there are two other methodologies which they haven't been deployed in the blue carbon space, but they are the same kind of methodology. And essentially, the one it works within the distributed energy environment. I can't remember the name right now, but it's run by a guy called Abe Cambridge, and so he's a program that essentially allows for people to be able to invest through Bitcoin into African rooftop solar distributed energy solutions. So that's, I mean, which is actually probably one of the very few actual proper uses of Bitcoin. You know, it's an effective mechanism for the transfer of money. You know, and gets a lot through a lot of the regulation and exchange issues and that kind of stuff. So it's been quite effective in that way. And then we had another one called Fed Group, which was investing in, which allowed people to be able to make, I mean, and this is very much in the same way that you have, you know, there's all of these small investment hubs that people have. You know, you can invest whatever small change you got left over at the end of the month. It allows you to buy, like, you know, fractions of a share in a company. And it's the same type of methodology, and Fed Group did the same thing here, and they were doing that with regenerative farmers. So, like, adapting that kind of thing over to the you know, to the blue carbon space would be entirely feasible. It's just, what is the appetite for that? I mean, the thing in the South African context, our primary focus areas are on job creation, poverty, education, violence, like. That's what people are interested in. The level of interest, I mean, conservation, we've got a lot of conservation going on in South Africa. We have, you know, SANParks on its own, in their current footprint for expansion is 1.75 million hectares. Kruger National Park is bigger than, like, half the UK. It's 2 million it's 2 million hectares. You know, so, like, that's just Kruger. You know, so we have, and then for every 1 hectare of government conservation land, there are 3 hectares of private conservation land in South Africa. So selling that message in South Africa, good luck. That one, I mean, like, I would just suggest if you look onto Platts, it's a commodities tracker, or you can look at World Bank has their annual report on the state of carbon markets. I can tell you exactly what it's called in a second. But World Bank updating trends in carbon markets or something like that. State and trends.
Just a comment. It's not a suggestion, it's just a comment. It seems that the cost of becoming accredited or registered for blue carbon is extremely high, and the returns are extremely low. And you wonder about the sustainability, like if you want communities to continue taking care of the trees, because obviously you want it, it's called like climate justice. You can't just take them away from using the trees. And maybe organizations like you talked about seagrass, I say it's more like sea trees. It's more like donations to, because I'm thinking, like, if you looked at the cost versus what you get, there's still a very big gap in what you need to really conserve. And there was an article going around in Ecuador where they found oil reserves in the Amazon, and they requested the global climate finance community to actually pay them money to take care of the forests. But no one rose up to that. And now they're destroying the Amazon because they need the oil to run the economy. So I'm just wondering, based on your experiences, or is there any solution for that? Is it that we're going to have to wait for the carbon credit market, for the prices to go up? What is the solution for now? What can be done by innovators? Just wondering.
Yeah, so we already have the solutions for that kind of stuff. So, I mean, that's what RED projects are about. RED is reduction in emissions from deforestation and desertification. So it basically means that what you're doing is you're paying for avoided ecosystem conversion. So that's the type of project that you could very easily generate a carbon credit program around, and it could do okay. However, that kind of stuff has become a little bit passé, really, because of some of the challenges around, well, number one, around pricing. Number two is also really, it's, so we're trying to deal with this within the broader carbon markets at a global level. So we have under the Paris Agreement, we have Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which is essentially trying to determine the new governance framework that we will be regulating the trading of carbon. So under Article 6.2, what we're doing is we're developing a new mechanism that allows us to be able to track how carbon credits are traded between countries, because essentially at the moment there's a gap. The Clean Development Mechanism was the official mechanism of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. That fell into abeyance, well, essentially in Glasgow, and now what we're trying to do, well, we've agreed in order to be able to develop a new mechanism, and we're in the process of doing that. And what that will allow us to do is to be able to develop national level registries, and then essentially it's called corresponding adjustments, and we then correspondingly adjust the credits that get moved from one country into the total national decarbonization agenda of another country, right? And that is the premium market, or certainly will be the premium market for carbon credits. However, in the meantime, while it is that we're sort of negotiating the ins and outs of how it is that that's supposed to take place, what we're doing more and more of, and what we're really starting to see is getting a lot of appeal at an intergovernmental level, is debt for nature swaps. So, I mean, a lot of the countries that have the ecosystem goods and services in question that we really need in order to be able to continue to service our climatological cycles are also very heavily in debt. So the countries that they are in debt to, or the sort of the Bretton Woods organizations that they're very often indebted to, are coming up with these debt for nature swaps, which is basically don't go out there and pump all the oil out of that Ecuadorian forest, and we will forgive however many billions of your debt. So that is becoming, that's picked up a lot of popularity. There are other mechanisms as well, but those are just some of the sort of headline ones. The big issue, I mean, is that you know, on the one hand, it's great that we've been able to, I mean, we're talking very much within the nature-based solutions space here, but the reality is that, you know, we've got, on the one side of things, we've got a quarter of greenhouse gas emissions that are coming from the electricity production sector, broadly speaking, and then there's a whole bunch more that comes from the transportation sector. About a quarter comes from agriculture, forestry, and other land use, and then the rest is sort of a blend between waste and a couple of industrial processes and so on and so forth. We anticipate that about 37% of the total mitigation requirements in order to be able to meet the Paris Agreement can be achieved through nature-based solutions. However, the big problem is that we've got no idea how to fund this stuff. When it comes to transportation, when it comes to energy, when it comes to green building, built environment, all of that kind of stuff, we know how to make that stuff quite easily commercially viable. I mean, renewable energy is already far more competitive than conventional energy. The tricky thing within the agriculture, forestry, and other land use space and nature-based solutions is that it is very difficult to monetize. It is very complex. It very often involves developing socio-ecological systems of the type that we've seen highlighted here, which are messy, they're complex, they take time. You know, so there's a lot of those kinds of problems, and currently the total amount of funding that goes towards adaptation initiatives is about 2-3% of total climate change funding. So, and that's if you look across both, you know, state funding and private sector funding. Almost all the private sector funding goes into renewable energy, for example, and transportation. So, like, these are key barriers, and currently if you look at like what the projections are, we anticipate that over 85% of the total adaptation requirements that we need are going to need to come from the private sector. So how we engage the private sector, very importantly, and how we align nature-based solutions with private sector value chains that are dependent upon ecosystem goods and services is going to be critical for the way that we actually are able to access that funding.
I mean, I guess thus far, before blue carbon, conversations in terms of carbon offsets and carbon credits was essentially companies within, from a South African perspective, companies within South Africa trying to offset their carbon tax liability. You know, and that may be a different way of looking at it in terms of those companies that have the greatest liability, what their ecosystems are, communities are within which they operate, and start to have those conversations. Because definitely from a South African perspective, as he's saying, I mean, funding both from a conservation perspective and others, the Fiscus the Fiscus framework is is tight. I mean, we're almost in the budget speech today as we're sitting here, so we'd love to hear what the minister had to say. But yeah, I mean, that's the reality for South Africa, and I'm sure for a lot of other African countries also. And I guess it's about where you find the drivers to have the conversation to raise the status of environment.
Can I pick up on that as well? Just as an extension of that, you know, in terms of opportunity, you know, I mean, the SA carbon tax, the SA carbon tax raised 1.6 billion rand last year. 1.6 billion rand. That's nothing. Why did it raise 1.6 billion rand? Because of the fact that we had allowances of between 60 and 90% for all of the heaviest polluting industries, right? I mean, Eskom didn't pay a single cent. And in fact, and this is one of the things that I bet you is going to come out of the budget speech today, the 422 billion rand that is the bailout to Eskom and the state of emergency that is going along with our energy crisis, I bet you that it's going to come along with a whole bunch of environmental impact allowances so that Eskom doesn't have to abide by its emissions and its air quality standards. I bet you that's what's going to happen. So, you know, like my amount of faith in the South African carbon tax in order to be able to really deliver on outcomes, especially given the fact that we are sitting at a third of the price of where it was. The Treasury said in 2016 that the SA carbon tax would begin to be effective even without all of the allowances. Because you bear in mind that carbon tax liable companies can only use offsets for 10% of their total carbon tax liable amount. And you're sitting on a rate, you will never get a rand rate of more than 90% of the carbon tax value, which is 155 rand this year. So the maximum carbon tax price that you will get for an offset in this country is 140 rand per ton in 2023. Then add on to that is that any activity that you engage in that reduces the scope 1 emissions of a carbon tax liable company is not going to be eligible for carbon offset generation because of the fact that it reduces their carbon tax liability. Then you wipe out 90% of the remaining projects that could actually be eligible under the tax, which is why we have a 90% shortfall in the supply to the South African regulatory market. So why must I go and break my back in order to be able to generate credits, in order to be able to sell into the South African regulatory market, when I can achieve 2.5 times the price by selling into the international voluntary market, where we're seeing that $38 trillion worth of financial assets are now currently listed under the Science Based Targets Initiative as having net zero agendas. So that is where the growth points are. And importantly, the key thing, what is driving value? Why did my project get $21 a ton and not $8 a ton? It's because of the fact that we can prove that our projects, and similarly, like this project that we're seeing, well, actually, this is, I think, one of the things that was a question that I had, because it sounds to me that you've got 2 methodologies that you're applying in your project. And the one is avoided emissions, the avoided deforestation, which is essentially an emission reduction. And then the other one is the reforestation, which is the sequestration. And they are 2 very different things. So if you have a sequestration project where you're removing carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, that is eligible under the Science Based Targets Initiative. You can use up to 10% of your footprint in order to be able to incorporate carbon offsets that are removal credits, which is the majority of that is nature-based solutions. The rest is things like direct air capture. And that will net you $21 a ton. But if it's essentially a project, a red project to protect against deforestation, that is not a removal. So when it's not a removal, then you don't have access to the Science-Based Targets Initiative premium. So this is where like these distinctions really become important.
No, I think the discussion is getting interesting, right? Yeah, yeah. You should bring them forward, and I think we are having a very good discussion. And as you mentioned, yes, I agree. We have 2 methodology in both our carbon project. We do both the avoided deforestation and also the reforestation, the additionality of the carbon sequestration. So, and we account for both of them, and that's what we are selling, and that's all comes to the 3,000 tons of carbon dioxide per hectare per year. Yeah, my sister asked about the Blue Carbon Initiative, yeah, and you asked if they are working anywhere in Kenya. Yeah, I know that they have been supporting several capacity building initiatives in terms of blue carbon ecosystem, and maybe one of their biggest output is the Blue Carbon Manual. I think you know about it. They've developed a Blue Carbon Manual, which is being used in terms of measuring and assessing blue carbon ecosystem. So yeah, we've been working quite closely with the institutions that under the Blue Carbon Initiatives, that is the IUCN, the Save Our Mangrove Nouns, and others, yeah. Yeah, any other input? We have a lot of opportunities apart from...
Just ask a question. Around the blue carbon and baseline data, like what has been done in the country around the baseline data for the mangrove measurements, and then also the seagrass. There's over 60 seagrass beds in South Africa. What's happening with them when it comes to nature-based solutions and carbon offsets, or carbon credits?
Okay. For Kenya, I think we are trying now, like for instance, I told you we cannot expand, like for example, for the Mikoko Pamoja project, people have seen the benefits and they would wish to expand the mangrove area into a bigger area, but we have other users coming in and saying no to this. So as a project, we were trying to account for the carbon in the seagrass ecosystem. So we identify an area, and that's one of the things that we want to bundle the carbon from the seagrass to that of mangrove. So maybe in the next, after our first, but at the moment we are verified for 20 years. So when we get a chance to improve our project design document, we are thinking of incorporating the seagrass ecosystem. In the country, seagrass research is now peaking. So we have a lot of carbon assessment in terms of the seagrass ecosystem. We have a lot of people now working on that, and that's one of the areas that we want to venture to bundle the carbon from the seagrass and the mangrove ecosystem to expand the carbon credit from these two carbon. But it's very in the initial stage, and we are getting a lot of challenges, especially from fisher folks when it comes to the seagrass ecosystem. But we are hoping that is something that we can use to expand the credits for the community. Yeah.
Probably along the same lines. My question to that is, how would you or could you, or are there mechanisms to fund these baseline studies? Because if you want to get the carbon credits, sort of you have to do some of the baseline work first, and this becomes a challenge, right? To have both the baseline, get the carbon credits, and then...
So I mean, like, I think things have moved on a little bit from, where you guys were in your project origination stage. So, yeah, certainly in the past, I think the setting of baselines has been hard. And there's a lot of manual work that was required in terms of going out and doing things like trunk measurement and canopy measurements and various other things like that. That was your case? Whereas now I think that things have evolved quite a lot, and there are particularly developments that have been taking place in a sub-program called VMD 53. And what that has been allowing for now, and they were kind of looking at a VMD 54, which we currently have bid on a tender with Vera, essentially to look at the development of proxy data through remote sensing. And that side of things, I think, has tremendous potential. We've been kind of talking about what the remote sensing, like people have been talking, remote sensing this, remote sensing that, and we have been sort of looking into that, well, certainly for as long as I've been with our company, which is 2 years. And we just haven't found anything that has the scientific veracity that we need. But I think that is changing. There's stuff that is taking place now that is going to put us in a situation that is going to drop down the costs on remote sensing hugely, and increase the certainty, which basically reduces your uncertainty principle, which is this is one of the things that gets pulled away from the amount of carbon credits that you generate. So this increases your overall yield, and that stuff, like, I can see that stuff happening inside the next year.
Yeah, you are right. It has been hectic and very expensive to carry out baseline studies. Both Mikoko Pamoja and the extension in Vanga Blue Forest project, we did manual field work, trying to, like you say, measuring the trunks, the cover and everything. But now there have been a lot of improvement. I don't know if for the case of the third mangrove carbon offset project in Kenya will adapt the remote sensing, because I know Save Our Mangrove now has done a lot of mapping, and it's something that we might look into. So yeah, and I agree with you that will reduce a lot of cost in terms of project development. Yeah, something to look forward to, and probably this will cut down the cost. You're right.
One of the reasons why we got $21 a ton is because of the fact that the top-rated auditor in the world is SES Global on nature-based solutions. They were #1 in Europe and #2 in the US, but certainly the top-rated auditor by Vero, who issued 62% of global carbon credits last year. So we worked with them, and that improves the pricing enormously. But Aster Global is another one that is also very well rated. Ruby Canyon is another one also within. Are you with? And who is your auditor?
For the blue carbon, we have an external auditor, and we have like an agent that carry out our verification, and most of our auditors come from. The last one we got was from India. So that was something. Like, is there anyone in Kenya that's doing the auditing for you? Yeah. International auditors. Yeah, she was from.
Yeah, so there's a new one that we know of that has started up quite recently that has been quite well rated, called Earth Hood. But yeah, so we've been checking them out as well. But we don't currently have any auditors in South Africa that can offer us this service. So we have to reach out. And if we don't have them in South Africa, I'm willing to bet they won't have them in Kenya either.
I think that's an opportunity, and that's what I was talking to my sister there on their project registry. That's something that we can look out, and that will also cut down the cost. Yeah, we need such auditors within our countries that could verify our project and carry assessments to our project, and that's something that some of the innovative projects that were discussed yesterday could adapt, like registry. Any other inputs? The room is so quiet.
Yeah, and it's so focused on mangroves. Are there other examples?
Yeah. Any other nature-based solution we need to look at, opportunities that are there, something that could be. Yeah, we got one from aquaculture, sustainable aquaculture, that is. And apart from Tanzania, we are also doing quite of aquaculture in the mangrove areas in Kenya, mostly in the northern part. So that's something also that could be adapted, yeah. Any other? Do you think we've exhausted the opportunities that are there in terms of nature-based solutions? Challenges, we've noticed that we need to create awareness. As much as we are trying to protect one ecosystem, we should not let another one get destroyed. Some of the alternative livelihood activities tend to destroy the blue other ecosystems. So when we are creating this awareness, we need to pass on the positive, also the negative things that comes with these alternative livelihood activities.
I was going to mention the Blue Carbon project off the coast of California. and their focus on kelp forests. The state of California has lost 90% of its kelp forest coverage in the last 100 years. And right now, scientists are working on obviously restoring those forests. But what's interesting is that they're recruiting fishers who were formerly fishing for fish, but also they cull urchins, because that's one of the reasons why the kelp forests have degraded, because of the changing temperatures and also the lack of otters, which are the predators of sea urchins. And so those urchins are then eating the holdfast of the kelp and then destroying the forest. So now these fishers are now going out fishing for the urchins and providing it for the food industry while also restoring this forest, and they'll follow up with spreading the spores. And we're seeing huge success in California right now with that project.
That's good to note. Also, maybe as you are thinking of more opportunities and challenges, I wanted to mention something. As ambassadors of a nature-based solution, I think when we are passing this information, we should look at the benefits beyond carbon. Yeah, I think we cannot equate the importance of this ecosystem. Yeah, for example, when you talk about mangrove, when you look at just the credits that the small community is getting, it's not enough to conserve that important ecosystem. But when you look at the benefits that comes beyond that credit, that is the contribution to biodiversity, the protection from erosion, yeah, would you rather lose a life than get more money in terms of carbon credits? So these are some of the things that I think we should pass on, yeah, the other importance that comes with the conservation of this blue carbon ecosystem, the benefit beyond carbon, the contribution to biodiversity, the protection of the coastal population from tsunami and erosion and all this stuff.
Because there are a lot of living shoreline efforts, is basically what we call them in the States, and it's all those externalities around when you put a reef system in or you allow the sediment to be trapped, and you have an environment now where the nurseries for the fishes and avoidance of erosion. And in some cases, there is an argument for insurance companies to help fund this because it secures ports, it secures local communities, and there have been many initiatives around that. And I know that it's also been looked at in places like Bermuda, so I'm curious if anything is at play like that in Africa.
Yeah. So, yeah, I had quite extensive engagements with Sanlam in particular when I was still in government on exactly this issue. Which is our biggest insurer in Africa, and one of the biggest in the world, really. And from their perspective, in terms of looking at climate risk and integration into their insurance policies, there are two key areas that they are quite concerned about. The one is because they're a major player, and all of the agricultural players offer some form of multi-peril crop insurance. And that works from a drought perspective on crops, but it doesn't work from a livestock perspective on crops. And 80% of the arable land in South Africa is only suited to livestock. So that is, that's just one element around the insurance side of things. But we have another problem. Well, it's a dual-fold problem. So we have, in terms of being able to look at the coastal areas around insurance, the key things that are driving insurance risk there is really what it comes down to is municipal revenue. That's the main thing that is driving it, because municipalities are dependent on ratepayers in order to be able to make money. So where is it that you have the most highly valued properties? On the beachfront. So municipalities have an active incentive to go out there, and they license for development pieces of property that are inside the 100-year flood line, or the 100-year storm surge zone, or whatever the hell it's called. And that is a huge problem, because they are absolutely crippled from a revenue perspective, because what was the biggest single source of revenue for municipalities in South Africa after grants and subsidies? Anybody know? No, electricity sales. How's that going? Not so good. Full quarter of municipal revenue in South Africa is from electricity sales. Not so good, hey? A quarter. So yeah, so we've got that. So how are municipalities supposed to, well, do anything? Pay staff, keep services going, blah, 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 blah. They have to sell their most valuable land in order to be able to maintain rates. And that is running into a massive conflict. So the primary area of interest for insurance companies in terms of engaging in the marine space to deal with this from an insurance perspective isn't so much about going out there and trying to facilitate things like mangrove improvements, which only make up a very small amount of our coastal shoreline. It's about targeting municipalities and holding them legally liable for their losses.
Is there anyone from the Seychelles government here? Because, yeah, we
Oh,
had an amazing
Seychelles.
spatial plan, got engaged over.
You want to?
I'm not the focal person, but
Yeah, a really great project around marine spatial planning. And blue economy.
It was a debt.
yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Like I said, I'm not the focal person for the Marine Spatial Plan, but from what I know, it's being done with TNC, if I'm not mistaken, and it's currently in the last phases of the development, following a wide range of consultancy with different stakeholders. It has had issues with regards to the project implementation because of the COVID situation, which had but in terms of difficulties, in terms of getting the stakeholders on board in terms of identifying the different areas that were to be mapped out. But like I said, it is in the final stages, and it is expected to be completed sometime during this year. So hopefully that can be achieved. Yeah.
Sorry, was that also not done in partnership with your hotel industry?
Like I said, different stakeholders were engaged in the process, government, private sectors, NGOs. So probably, yeah, they could be there as well, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was the 30% conservation of the ocean space, which has already been done. And the MSP was part of the agreement towards the debt swap, yeah, correct.
So there are some kind of dialogues there. How can we make, which approach That's why I'm asking, so that I can understand it better.
Well, blue carbon opportunities and conservation opportunities, as well as credits and things like that, should definitely be part of a marine spatial plan now. They might not have been 5 to 10 years ago, but now they definitely should be, I would say. Would you agree? Or?
I mean, I think that there's a lot of interest and development in the space, but I think, you know, as we can see from the examples that we've been talking about here, and also, you know, from what you're being exhorted to do, which is basically, you know, look at the broad ecosystem within which this takes place. And I don't mean the biological ecosystem, obviously that, but I mean, you know, well, particularly economic, socioeconomic ecosystem within which it's nested. You know, so, and this, I mean, if I were going to have a final comment on the topic, it's really, I don't think, with all due respect, I really don't think that projects should be built primarily around carbon. I think that it needs to rest on preferably not one other thing, but preferably several other things that are the primary focus points of engagement. You know, and it could be that, you know, like I had one of my questions that got asked by somebody else, which was, you know, around the biodiversity services in terms of breeding grounds, and I wanted to, and then somebody else asked it, and I was like, okay, cool. So it is having that impact. You know, if you can demonstrate that there is this additional value that can be made and get the buy-in from, you know, from people who are fishers within that area, I mean, you know, you don't mess around with the taxi industry in South Africa because of the fact that the social network that is surrounding that will lynch you, you know. So this is the kind of thing, you know, if you go and you mess with the breeding ground of those fishermen and they're busy seeing that there is this economic benefit to them, you're going to end up in trouble. That is a very effective mechanism for securing your project, you know. So it's looking for these additional value chain integrations, you know, in like the case of your seaweed farmers, like, okay, well, what is the potential in order to be able to disrupt a value chain or get buy-in from a value chain? In South Africa, the single largest component of BEE spending is enterprise and supplier development, makes up 40% on its own of the total amount of BEE spending. We've got all this money that corporates are required to sink into. It's 2.7% of net profit after tax, I think it is, or 1.7 or 1.7 to 2%. It's a lot of money, you know. And if you can channel that money into an activity that can create local community benefit that can feed into a corporate value chain, you have got the venture capital, or, you know, you've got the equity in order to be able to go in there and start a project, and then you have the ability to be able to sustain it over time because it's integrated into a value chain. Like that kind of approach, I think, and that is sort of seeing things within the broader ecosystem. I think it is really, really critical that that projects have that, and that blue carbon, it's great, but it's only ever meant to be supplemental. It was never meant, I mean, that's the whole point of carbon credits. Carbon credits are meant to just take things that were almost bankable, but not quite, and push them over the line. If a project is entirely dependent on carbon in order to be viable, woo, it's a very vulnerable project.
And I wasn't saying that, but I was saying with the foresight of, yeah, so the conservation within the marine spatial planning. Marine spatial planning engages communities and stakeholders and have many meetings, and that's very important. So yeah, I think it's huge.
Yes, have we exhausted? People look so tired. Yes, my sister.
My name is Lillian. I work
for Mercator Ocean International. So we are we specialize in operational oceanography. So we're providing data, ocean data, in the open ocean and coastal waters. So I'm thinking about monitoring, so Mercator Ocean operates the Copernicus Marine Service, which is a free service where you can access data on the physical ocean, biogeochemical ocean. And so you could get some variables from there to measure the quality of the water, the coastal waters, and actually show the evolution over time of your project. and other Copernicus services. So we are Mercator is specialized in the marine, so that's coastal and ocean. But there's also Copernicus land, and they have like vegetation indexes that you may use. I'm not a specialist, that you could use to measure the canopy development of the mangroves. So I think monitoring and tracking what's happening could help you get extra funding. And then I had a question because the gentleman, you were talking about maybe getting this mangrove project upscaled. But there's the danger that are you planting these mangroves in areas that already had mangroves? And there is a danger that they could fail to grow and stunted growth. And so how are you controlling for that? And did you have any any failure in your efforts in your project, Mikoko Pajoma? Did you have any challenges where the mangroves weren't growing? Did you do any specific research on what species you're planting? And yeah, that was also another input.
Okay, that's very interesting. Like I mentioned, when we were developing this carbon offset project, you prepare a project idea note, and you have to say the exact area that you want to work on. If for us, for avoided deforestation, this is the area with this type of species, and this species can sequester this amount of carbon. And because we are doing both avoided deforestation and reforestation, so the area that we chose for reforestation was a degraded area. So that's what we chose for. But we have been getting challenges, like I mentioned. We have been having 90% mortality rate because because of the degradation, the system has changed, the soil has changed. So the species that we said we'll plant in that area, we are not able to plant that species. Because now the soil structure has changed. If you know about the mangrove ecosystem, each species grow in a certain, there's an ocean part of mangrove, so there are certain species that grow in the most muddy areas. There are species that grow in the less muddy area. For our case, our reforestation was with Soneratia alba, which is the species that grows in the seaward side of the mangrove, because that area was for Soneratia alba, but now we are not getting any success. So we are losing part of the carbon from the reforestation. So those are some of the challenges that the group is getting. There are a lot of effort going to reforestation, but we are not meeting our target. And so there are some experimental work that is going on. So we have a student currently looking at mapping those changes that are happening there, and assessing the sea level rise in that, the erosion aspect in that area. So we are doing some experiment, but we have failed in that term. But it's the contribution to the afforestation to the carbon was very little compared to the avoided deforestation. So the difference is not that much and is not that felt by the community, but they are aware that afforestation is not adding to the carbon credits that they were supposed to sell.
Be patient, you'll get there.
Yeah, no, just to comment on that, I mean, all of that stuff's accounted for in the way that the methodology is designed. Uncertainty, non-permanence, there's a buffer in amount, there's reversals incorporated. No, I mean, you have no idea what a nightmare it is.
Yeah, we missed our tea break. I think we can end the session earlier, not unless there's a burning issue or a burning point that you want to put forward to the rest of the team. Otherwise, I think
the session's discussion and paper is probably shared with all of the participants as part of thanking everybody for attending.
yeah, and thank you for making this discussion lively. The questions, comments, the challenges, and everything.
Planet Labs. Planet Labs.
chaque fois, oui, c'est pas grave. Chaque fois que... C'est pour ça que... Mais après, il n'a pas vraiment abordé le sujet de... Si? Ah oui, le nombre des arbres. Voilà. Oui, c'est ça. Mais oui, oui, si tu travailles avec des mangroves, mais c'est pas vraiment un projet. Le projet, c'est... Ok, ah oui. Effectivement, c'est